very
That's
seasoned.
what you're right.
Yeah. And it is terrible. You can't get rid of it.
Oh, excuse me, there's one standing in the back of the room. And you know, Darren is spelled different than this guy. So Darren. Yeah. So, but he's the one talking about it.
Associated with a guy threatening everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all part of
And Herb tells me every time I talk too much with too many subjects, he wants to get real succinct, brief, and very point.
Anything in 3 minutes you can talk.
I can't hear out of this side.
I said, as long as you're under 3 minutes, you can talk about whatever you want.
Yeah. I wish I was under 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, in fact, I said to a lot of newsletter things that I get are water, water treatment, we don't do it. Tell me when you don't want them or if you don't want them. So I said no. Top of the desk. Director John and Russell has all me to do treatment of I hear from his mom or dad or all that. Yes, he's sleeping like he's maybe when I was like out, representative. I hope they're well received, I guess.
So, we're not presenting, I can't remember how we did this last time.
Well, I can't remember either because I can't remember what you have, but I recollection
Yeah. Yeah, I did. Was I doing it
so
I'm number 10. Excuse me, I'm Roman numeral 10.
this is for respect.
You are...
He didn't put me on there by name.
It's 8. He's 8 and 9.
Hey,
And they're really pretty good.
You got 4 minutes, you got all the time in the world.
Hey, it's cheap, and they're good. But they're good. But they're still good. And if they're not good,
That's you. But that's okay because your money. Why would I just? Why would you go to tried and true?
I would be upset if I paid a lot of money for something that wasn't good. I'll pay half price for them, and if they're not good, you don't feel so bad because you didn't spend as much money.
You'll have to let me know. I have not been brave enough to try it.
I had one. I've ate it. It's good.
I don't trust you though because you like weird stuff. Do you eat? Do you like pig's feet?
Yes, pickled pig's feet.
Pig's feet. Anybody who likes pig's feet? I'm not taking any advice.
I don't like pickled eggs.
You like deviled eggs?
Yes. Pickled eggs, oh, they have them.
My made me deviled eggs from pickled eggs.
Ooh.
From pickled eggs. Oh boy,
I've never had a gag reflex that was that quick and that hard. I was like, whoa! Wasn't working.
No, that's too far for even me. I always say I try all the food, and that way at least I've tried it.
This was actually discussed last night, and lo and behold, it shows up in the paper today. It says mammal strikes are not as common, but they tend to be, this reference to airports, animal strikes. And then it goes on to say deer strikes are more common at general aviation airports than commercial airports due to the lack of fencing.
I'm glad we got fencing. I don't think it goes around completely.
No, and that's what the discussion was.
Right now, we're just trapping the animals.
They still got lots of animals out there, and they have some kids in there racing. So it's becoming as much a security issue as a safety. So they told me they have quite a big deer strike. I mean, I'd heard
I
before.
think the deer ran into the person. Panicked. Yeah, they ran right into it.
Which I've had after me in my car more than once.
It's dangerous. I've been, for 23 years, I've been trying to get a security. Nobody did You know, anybody inspected the fence that was put in to see if the poles get concreted?
To answer your question, driven it, pickup. Seems to be a wildlife thing.
That's all it's designed to be. That's all it's supposed to be.
All right. We lost our recording. Oh, there he is.
Never said how Tesla's working out.
Howdy? Is this our Howdy mobile? I never recognized her name. Her last name is Howe. Her first name is Deborah. So her personalized license plate says Howe D.
Unfortunately, it's two hands on it.
That's what drew my attention to. I said, oh, so there's a client.
No.
It is 5:30. We can wait if you want.
All sidebars must cease. We're getting ready to start the meeting.
Well, not without Deborah.
No, but pick on Priscilla.
He's brave. Somebody drop my chair.
I don't know why your chair's so low.
I saw it the other day. I'm like, somebody's messing with me.
Well, Miss Guerra was there for the zoning board of adjustments, and so she's so short, and I guess somebody put it down for her.
Typical Bob. Bob, we can hear you.
We have it. We have it. And if
You ready?
Yes.
All right. Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order at 5:31. Please stand with me. Oh, we need to do a roll call, sorry.
Bill King, District 30.
Harold Stein, District 4.
Herb Dyer, District 5.
Darren Schroeder, Mayor, and Councilwoman Martinez and Councilman Carey are not here at the moment. So please now stand with me for the pledge.
The American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please remain standing for the invocation. We have Pastor David Simonson from Castroville Community Church. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you please pray with me? Heavenly Father, we thank you on this election day for the freedom to participate in our government. We thank you for the freedom to vote. We thank you for the freedom to assemble tonight and speak with our elected leaders. Lord, we thank you for our elected leaders and their willingness to sacrificially serve the interests of our communities. And we thank you for the security to assemble tonight in peace. Lord, we ask that your guiding presence would be with our leaders tonight. May their hearts and minds be guided by your grace, wisdom, and justice. We also ask that all of us assembled tonight would look ultimately to you for our peace, even as we strive together for the betterment of our communities. For in you alone is true peace. And finally, we pray for your protection over all these assembled tonight. In the name of Jesus Christ, your Son, my Savior, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. All right, next item, citizens' comments. Would anybody like to speak for citizens' comments? A little early.
My Councilman Dyer let me leave the home once a month, and this is it. My name is Bob Lee. I live at 1314 Gentile Street in sunny Castroville with the quickly depleting river. Last week you guys had a presentation by the City County Airport Zoning Board. And I watched that today. I try to avoid looking at any meetings anymore. But it piqued my interest on a number of areas. And one, you'll see on the sheet of paper that I gave you with 20-something years of working here in the city in various aspects. I went to the county numerous times to inform them of the need to have this board formed. And as I said in the paper, every time there wasn't the threat of development at the time, which was the time to do this. And so they said, it's your baby, you know, we don't really care, it's your airport, it's around your city, you know, they wouldn't play the game. And fortunately, a year ago, things got serious enough that the board, as required by the state law, was put together. And you heard the reasons for the board, and they speak for themselves. I will say that we need to be very cautious as we go forward that any decisions we make do not put a hindrance to the extreme potential at the airport, which it's got. And one of the things that's happening now is, you know, these self-flying air taxis and other kinds of things that we're in a perfect location to either have training, manufacturer, you know, stepping off point, all that kind of stuff. So we need to do a good job in protecting our citizenry and giving the developers a reasonable return on their investment, their income, just like we do in the city. And you can't do everything everywhere, but you can do reasonable things just about everywhere. And so as you guys come up with a group of comments back to them, knowing this is a draft and it's put out there for good constructive comments, but there does need to be some level of control out there in order to protect the people on the ground, protect the airport, and keep from having complaints in the future, or God forbid some kind of an incident that somebody comes back and points a finger and say, how come you let this happen? We don't need that. I heard a lot of comments about, well, we've already got this, we've already got that, and this airport did this, and this airport did that. But a lot of that stuff went in many, many, many years ago, okay? And the FAA doesn't make you take it out. But they say in the future, in order to maximize the safety, let's try to put in these kind of things into effect to minimize the potential while still allowing some reasonable development. So I didn't see any background information in the council packet on this, so I assume you guys are going to hash out something tonight. I hope that you come up with some good suggestions that protects both the developers and the people at the airport and the airport's future. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob. Would anybody else like to speak for citizens' comments?
My name is Patrick Connor. I live at 811 Washington Street. I'm here to encourage the council to approve item number 13, purchase of the restroom at the regional park. It was developed, the master plan identified that as one of the high priorities of the park. Both the Friends of the Park and the Park Board have unanimously approved purchase of that. It was approved in the CIP, budgeted for $200,000. It's less than that.
Could you speak a little louder, Pat?
I'm
not hearing what you're saying.
Just don't speak directly into it because it keeps popping. If you'll kind of put it to the side.
How's that?
If you'll put it a little bit to the side.
Louder?
That's good.
All right.
I can make it louder, but if you go directly into it, it starts whining. So if you
Okay.
turn it a little bit, there you go, and just
Okay. How's
I
that?
can make it louder.
Stand on one leg, put your arm over the head, and
Sorry.
grab some tinfoil.
So, yeah, I know you're going to address it later on in a meeting. If you need more questions, I'll be glad to answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
For anybody who couldn't hear, he was speaking on item 13, the restrooms, and seeking our approval. I do have something I sent to you, Mayor, just prior to this meeting from Chuck Friesenhahn. He acts as a consultant at the airport and provided some comments related to the Joint Airport Zoning Board and just the need for zoning in general. I can read these now as part of the public comment period. I can provide them, we can read them during the item if you would like, or I can provide them via email after this meeting if you like. I do think they're germane or kind of important to the discussion that you're going to have later.
Okay, and that was on the, yeah, no, I think that I did read that already. I actually printed that up.
Okay.
I think that we can provide that during that action item.
Okay.
All right. Next item, we have the consent agenda, and that's minutes for October 19th, 2022, special called city council meeting, and minutes for October 25th, 2022, regular called city council meeting. Do I have a motion on that?
I want to make an addition or correction on the October 25th. So I would make a motion that the consent agenda only approve the October 19th minutes.
Is there something specific about the 25th?
Yeah, I talked to Deborah about this. There's, in the discussion related to Priscilla's, one is that I mentioned during that I was possibly in favor of using taxpayers' money for these plats because it's a tourism issue, but that I didn't think we could make any decision until after Priscilla got back to us with the cost of them. And the minutes also should reflect that Priscilla was going to look into the cost and then get back to city council.
Okay, more details on that, great.
Yeah, more details. So with those, that's the only changes I found.
Okay, so the motion is to approve just the minutes for October 19th. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We'll come back with the 25th next meeting. Next item is City Administrator's Report. On here is K. Freeze and Associates Scope and Design Task Order for Wastewater Treatment Plant Ponds and Dams, the Streets Project Updates, and the Kiosk Update.
I'm going to talk about more than what's here, but we'll only be able to deliberate the items that are listed. So if you have any questions about the items that are listed, you can make those. What I wanted to mention to you, a couple of things. One is I'd like to publicly congratulate Devin Fredrickson and David Kirkpatrick. They were both recognized by the county. Our airport won Airport of the County. I don't know what the official designation was, and then our regional park was recognized as the Park of the Year for the county or something along those lines. So obviously that doesn't come without effort and work, and we appreciate all they do. I also want to mention, I know Jim is here. Jim, you've given accommodations to two of your officers. One was for, I'm trying to remember which officer it was, that he de-escalated a situation, and you sent that to me. And yeah, for Dorsey. Go ahead. So would you mind just talking about a couple of accommodations, just those two that you mentioned? Because anyway.
One of them was, the first one was essentially me coming here for the first time, National Night Out, like don't know what to expect. Harry and Officer Rodriguez here stepped up big time and got us through it and did a great job, never complained, nothing. So they really stepped up to the plate to get me through that National Night Out. They did a great job. The other one was Officer Krause, where they get to a call. They've dealt with this person before, and they get there, and first thing he does is start arguing about, well, I'm only gonna get arrested if I come out of the fence, I'm gonna stay in my yard. And so Officer Krause basically starts talking to this guy, and quickly it escalated, and he basically gets into a defensive fighting mode. Apparently he got a black belt and everything else, and Dorsey backed off a little bit and talked to him even more, and actually got him to come outside the fenced-in area and talk through everything. Fist bumping going on and everything else afterwards. No officers had to get physical with anybody or anything else like that. And it just takes time. And I think that's really important to look at those de-escalation techniques and utilize those. Time's on your side. You start compressing time, mistakes are made, and it's not usually ends up with a good outcome. So they did a great job. They really did.
Well, thank you for what you're doing at the department. I know we've got great officers that are serving us. I know that there's some tall orders that are being placed as far as training and other things, and we're going to get into some of that later tonight. But I'd be remiss if I didn't pass along those accommodations to our council. And I know that one of those came a little while back, and I kept forgetting to bring it up. So I've made myself a couple of notes to make sure we cover those tonight. So thank you. Then I also had a meeting with our financial advisors. This is among the items that's not in my report. This meeting took place today. We are putting together a tentative plan on how we're going to finance the CIP going forward. The plan would be to come forward on November the 29th at the special meeting and discuss a notice of intent. So that's just a notice of intent that you're going to issue bonds to fund the CIP. And then in February, I gotta see if I actually kept the notes. Here we go. So November 29th, they would make a presentation to council. December 13th would be when we would actually do the notice of intent to issue debt and do a reimbursement resolution or any reimbursement resolutions that might be necessary. February 14th, we would actually approve the sale of the bonds. So that's when the bonds would actually be sold. And then March 15th or sometime thereabout is when the money would come into our bank, into our account. All this would be supportive of the CIP that we've presented to council, and I know there's more discussion that needs to happen about that, and we can do that at the November 29th meeting. Look at the items that would be funded specifically with this funding amount, and talk about anything else that might be needed. One of the big challenges, obviously, for us is just the cost of debt issuance right now. That's going up. We're expecting multiple Fed increases. We've already had 4, and we have another one probably next month, and then maybe another one the month after, and then they're targeting between around 4.5%. So we'll see how that goes. So just wanted to give you the very latest, hot off the presses information. Again, November 29th, there'll be a presentation where we can talk about that. As far as the items in my report, one of the things that I want to make clear is, we have not had a presentation from K-Freeze about the dam project. They did that very lengthy presentation, you may recall, where we talked about pipe jacking and doing other things. Well, part of the process that they go through with TCEQ is submitting their preliminary report, which was done, I think, 3 months ago. And they have not received comments back from TCEQ on that report, despite having followed up with them multiple times. This is a project, I want to be clear, that I think is superfluous to the operation of the wastewater treatment plant. The ponds have been there for decades. We haven't had an issue. I understand that there's trees growing in the embankment. I understand that there's things that we'd rather were done differently, that the slope should be different, et cetera, to better serve as an actual dam. But the risk to life and limb and the operation of the park, and even to the wastewater treatment plant, is minuscule at this point, because we're diverting the water already to the creek. So that the ponds themselves aren't an issue. We like the ponds. So anyway, my point is, I see no negative outfall from trying to delay the project as much as possible. And one of the things that I'm pursuing with staff is the involvement of the use of USAE, so the Army Corps of Engineers, to see if they can't help us. Apparently they've had similar experience working with other small towns who had TCEQ violations related to their ponds, and were able to leverage their kind of federal weight, if you will, in conjunction with the EPA to find solutions that preserved the ponds. And I think that would be an excellent solution here if we could do that, mostly because it wouldn't cost us as much money, and also because I think the ponds are beautiful if they're able to be maintained. So the other thing that does is it could potentially delay if the TCEQ sees that we are making progress and that we're working towards it. Maybe it won't be an urgent issue for them. We already have an extension, so we're not being fined. There's not an ongoing fine amount. I will say that this is listed on the agenda, so if there's something you have a question about or you want to comment about, you're welcome to do that at this time. So anyway, I just wanted to make clear what we're doing and why we haven't had a presentation. Partly is because TCQ hadn't responded, and when I followed up with K-Freeze and had that discussion, I said, you know, I just kind of had an epiphany about this, and that is, as I'm going through the CIP and trying to figure out how to fund things, this is an albatross around the city's neck. It's a $4 million unfunded thing that nobody really wants to do. The only reason we are doing it is because TCEQ is saying we have to, and if they aren't even coming back to us in a timely manner on the issue, how about we try to postpone this, right? How about we try to kick this can down the road and see if we can find a different solution through USACE. So I want to chase that option, and I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to get K-Freeze together with representatives of USACE, with the Army Corps of Engineers, and see what collectively, if anything different can be done with respect to the ponds. In the meantime, satisfy TCEQ.
I think that's prudent. Thank you.
Street projects update, we'd asked where that stands. I believe that's provided the report is pretty succinct. So we have notices will be going out in the next couple of weeks to the homeowners, and then I believe November 21st, so the week of Thanksgiving, we'll be starting our project. I think that's right. And that's largely in the, or I think entirely in the Country Village Estates area. We do have two other
Country
streets.
Village, not Country Village Estates.
Oh, Country Village.
Yeah.
Country
The
Village
estates are
area.
kind of brand new.
Yeah, the existing area, the older neighborhood. We do have two other streets projects that staff is working on and we'll be bringing to the council just as soon as humanly possible. We do have additional funds that we borrowed that were for streets that we've not spent yet, about $1.5 million. And we believe we have about that much in programs that we can do between River Bluff and some other areas around town. So we will bring those forward at the appropriate time. Probably just after the first part of the year, we'll talk about next year's CIP funding and some of those things that we'll do for the general fund. What will be talked about on November 29th is for the utility fund CIP. I didn't make that distinction earlier, but it's strictly for CIP borrowed funds, not the general fund. The general fund, we already borrowed next year's money. The utility fund, we only borrowed 1 year of money, which is another reason why we need to, the plan was to issue debt every year for 6 years. We're probably not going to do that. We'll talk about why on the 29th and talk about what we are going to plan on doing. And then the kiosk update. We had some, as you all probably heard from some of your constituents, we had some unhappy people early days with the kiosk. I still hear complaints from time to time about various issues. I'm fielding all those complaints and looking to resolve any issues that we have. I imagine that there'll continue to be some issues, just growing pains with having a new process. But by and large, we are addressing each of the issues as they come up. We've got to install a safety rail for the walk-up customers, and then we're going to expand the driveway as soon as we can get a contractor out there to do that portion of it. I'll be honest, I have a pickup truck. I've driven in it multiple times. There's been a couple occasions where if I take it just the right way, I hit that curb, but most of the times I can get in and out, and it's not an issue. I know the mayor talked about his experience being similar. So part of it's just learning to navigate that turn. But we're gonna do some other things to protect the building, and again, it's a work in progress. That's all I have for my report at this stage.
Does anybody have any questions about that? All right, I had one other question.
Does anybody have windows down? Deborah says it's raining.
I hear it.
No?
Okay, roll up your windows if you have your windows down.
They show you a will rain at 24% chance of rain.
Question on the, I don't know if you have this off the top of your head, but the Lafayette project, the water line replacement, when are we looking at completing that, do you know?
I don't know, and I'll get an update to council after this meeting. John asked if he needed to be here, and I said no. But he probably could have told us off the top of his head.
Yeah.
I know that they've made quite a bit of progress. You know, we have found some things. Backhoe located a few things. Not necessarily directly as like a backhoe out there, because this is a pipe bursting project, but we've had some leaks that have popped up, I think in part just because of what's happening right now. The rain, between the ground swelling and contracting, we have asbestos concrete lines in that area, And unrelated to the construction, but at the same time of the construction, we've had 3 or 4 main breaks in that vicinity. And so that's been part of an issue that we're dealing with right now. Remind me, and I will get you an answer to the council about what the timeframe is.
Sounds good. Next item is public hearing on the imposition of updating water and wastewater impact fees. We will open the public hearing at, 5:52?
And what I would like to do is during the public hearing, have the presentation from RESPEC on this item. They have 10 slides to go through. This is the same presentation that was given during the public hearing at the meeting of the Impact Fee Committee. And for that, we have Daryl from RESPEC.
Thanks, Daryl.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As Scott mentioned, this is another presentation of the presentation we gave to the Impact Fee Commission back in October. So just real quick what our agenda is. We're going to cover what our impact fees, I hope it's okay if I stand here since I can see better.
It was green. Keep going.
Okay.
We'll get it for you.
We're going to talk about what impact fees are, kind of review some of the growth projections we saw for the city, what your current impact fees are, your current debt load, and how that impacts impact fees, the proposed capital improvement plan that's provided by the city staff, and then review what we've proposed for your impact fees, and then a little brief comparison of what our proposal is compared to other nearby utilities. So real quick, what are impact fees? They're covered by Chapter 395 of the Local Government Code. It's a charge or an assessment imposed against new development to generate revenue, funding, or recouping of costs. That's important because you already have some debt load associated with that, of capital improvements or facility expansions necessitated by and attributable to new development. It includes amortized costs, lump sum charges, capital recovery fees, etc. What it does not cover is land. If the developer wanted to donate land as part of his development plan, that's not included, can't be factored into impact fees. Dedicated right-of-way or easements, for running utility lines or setting aside right-of-way for other facilities. Lots or acreages to be placed in trust for the purposes of reimbursing developers or other pro rata fees for reimbursement. So how are impact fees currently assessed? They're assessed per what we call an LUE. That's a living unit equivalent. And just in general terms, what that is that's basically one house with here for 4 or 5 people living in it, in a single family residence in a typical subdivision. This typically, American Water Works Association means that's a 5/8 water service with a 3/4 inch, 5/8 water service with a 3/4 inch meter. So you may have a larger user, for instance, a car wash or something like that, they'll have a larger service. There's a methodology for equalizing that to the number of LUEs. It may be 10 or 20 LUEs for a car wash or something like that, based on the size of their service. And I'll get into that a little bit later. But on a per LUE basis, your current impact fees are roughly $3,000 for one water LUE and almost $4,000 for a sewer LUE. And that equates to almost $7,000 per LUE currently. This slide might be a little bit hard for you to see, but hopefully it's in the report. These are just some projections that we have for the city. Single-family residential as of today that we have data on based on GIS data that the city provided us with 619 acres. We're estimating that'll be up around 823 by 2025 and 1326 by 2030. Now that was based on roughly a 10% growth rate per year based on some of the development projects we're seeing come into the city. As I said, this didn't really factor into the calculation of the LUEs, but it should give you an idea of what kind of growth rate you should be expecting in the city. So one of the things we did is look at the current debt that the city has related to their water and wastewater facilities That was based on some data that Leroy gave us on outstanding debt for water and sewer projects going back all the way to, I think, 2012, that the city's still paying loans off on. What you'll notice on here is the big ticket item is on the sewer side. That's related to the wastewater treatment plant project that was completed in 2018. Roughly, that project added a capacity treatment-wise of approximately 4,000 LUEs to your system. That's excess capacity that you have in your plant right now that you owe debt on. And so anytime a new connection comes into the city, they should be paying roughly $3,000 towards that to recover that cost of that plant expansion that was done. You'll notice that the water debt is considerably lower because the city hasn't taken on any additional debt in recent years or taken on near as much debt in recent years to cover expansion of similar wastewater, similar water expansion projects. The next thing we did is look at the 10-year capital improvement program that the city provided to us back in August. And looked at some of the projects they've got within that program are major replacement projects that don't really add any capacity to the system, but they're projects that need to get done. So we pulled those out but looked at projects that would address additional capacity and factored those in to try to estimate how many additional LUEs you would get on the water and the sewer side for those projects, and then prorated that cost per LUE. It came up with approximately $3,500 per water and $2,800 per sewer LUE for the 10-year capital improvement program. So then adding those two together, we came up with a per LUE cost of approximately $4,900 per water LUE, almost $6,000 per sewer LUE. And as I mentioned, American Water Works Association has a formula to equate each one of those water size services to a number of LUEs. So for instance, a 5/8 by 3/4 service is 1 LUE. A 3/4 inch service is 1.5, and as you move down the list, you'll see a 2-inch service is either 8 or 10, depending on their meter configuration. And you get up to 6. 6 is the largest size water meter you have in the system currently. Depending on how their meters are configured, if it's a compound or turbine meter, it could be between 50 and 92 LUEs for a service that size. In the report, we expanded that all the way out to 12-inch water service, even though the largest one you have in your system currently is a 6-inch. So just to kind of sum this up, to compare this how other cities are doing their LUEs, I think what did our number come out to? It was 6,000 plus 500. You're close to 11,000 for your total LUE on yours. City of Bernie is about $9,500 on theirs. City of Lytle is considerably lower. They're at $5,500. City of Selma is at $2,500, but they have water acquisition fees that will add on top of that of almost $2,800. City of Braunfels is quite a bit higher. They're at $11,000. San Antonio Water System, they're kind of the 800-pound gorilla in the utility business in this part of the world. They have a wide-ranging system, various pressure zones, various sewer treatment plants. So depending on where you are in their system and where they are with their capital plans, they'll range anywhere from roughly $6,000 to $9,000 per LUE. City of Austin, $7,200. City of San Marcos is $6,500. I'm going to qualify at least 3 of these. Bottom 3 were fairly old. City of Austin and City of San Marcos were last updated in 2018. I don't know the last update on Sauls, but I do know that they're getting ready to, they just released an RFQ today to get theirs updated, so I would expect theirs to go up significantly. So this kind of gets you in the middle of some of these in the area. My personal opinion is I don't know that it's so high that it's going to scare off developers, but it is high enough for the city to recoup cost and fund some of their CIP program.
Great, thank you. Do we have anybody that would like to speak on this from the audience? All right. Then I'll close out the public hearing at 6:02.
Thank you, Daryl.
Sure. Next item is consider and take action on an ordinance amending ordinance 2018-006, Exhibit C, maximum and effective impact fees.
And if I may, Mayor, just real quick, a couple of things. I can't up here remiss in not acknowledging RESPEC's responsiveness on this item. I don't know if y'all recall, but we only gave this to y'all a couple of months ago. Yeah, it wasn't very long ago, 6 weeks, I don't know, it hasn't been very long, and they've really, knocked this out fairly quickly. And part of the reason we did that was because at the time, we were being faced with a lot of development, and we knew that we were going to have to add Phase 2 water, and the city was going to pick up 40% of that cost, and our impact fees were insufficient to pay for the cost of the water tower. And so that was a real big clue to us that, hey, even though our impact fees aren't all that old, I think they were also from 2018?
I think that's right.
Yeah. So we're in the same boat as some of those three cities that you just mentioned that are looking at theirs. It was very apparent. It was easily, you could tell pretty easily that they were out of date already because they were insufficient to pay for actual expansion of our system. So that's why this came. That's why the timing of it. That's what we're doing now. Obviously, housing has slowed considerably from where we were just even 2 and 3 months ago. But this is, I think, the necessary step to prepare the city for growth, where new pays for new.
Right. Do we have any questions?
Just because it came up a couple of council meetings ago, what is a turbine meter?
Great question.
A turbine meter is normally, it's got a little propeller in there that as the water flows by, it spins that propeller and there's a set of gears that turn the meter. And a compound meter does that differently because you may have a business or an entity that has two different sizes of those, where it's a smaller meter for just kind of like, small usage during the day, but they may have a high peak to where when they get a big demand for water, it goes through that second meter because it's hard to measure a small flow with a big meter, so they actually have 2 meters within their system, and it totalizes both of them.
Well, like in our fees, we have a different fee for a turbine meter. Is that because?
It's an LUE calculation.
But it's
I think
an LUE calculation, because some of those, if you have a big meter, that means you're probably using a large volume consistently. Whereas if you have a compound meter, you probably have periods where you don't have a high demand, but you need that flow, so you have a smaller meter to measure it. But your peak demand may be higher, so you need a bigger meter and the capacity to measure that.
So if you have a consistent high usage of water, then you go through a turbine meter.
Yeah.
All right. Any questions over here? Great. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
City Council approve the revisions to the impact fee ordinance and the adoption of the new maximum input fee as recommended by the Impact Fee Advisory Committee.
Great. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Darrell. I appreciate all the diligence and preparation that went into that.
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, next item, update on tourism and business development in Castroville. For that, we have Darren Ham, Tourist and Business Development Director.
How are we doing? See how this goes.
And I think that you all saw, he left some examples of some of the,
We're going to have some show and tell.
yeah.
We're not showing where.
We're just telling.
It's not,
We're not showing, we're telling.
it's not.
Try doing the extend.
What's that?
Try doing the extension of your screen.
If you had a real computer, I could show you.
I know. I know, and I'm like, and if I had to do this more often, I would probably know, but.
I only say that because I don't know how to work those things.
So I have to go in here and do something
IT professional.
that I rarely do.
They're fancy.
Oh, stop that.
Well, so the PCs, that's technology. These, I think they're just magic.
What do you do? Break things? That's what that does. Anyway,
That's an
it should be
yeah,
able
it
to
works for
go
magic.
to
That's why they create such
monitor,
great things out of
display.
it.
Yeah, I heard
Yeah,
this.
it should be
Force Gump,
display settings, all right.
So did Bono, apparently. Bono is a part of the, yeah, part of his deal is he's like, don't pay me, just give me stock.
Hold on, you had Quattro there a
To do
second
the
ago?
deals with him for the music.
You see that?
Extended display, see? But it's not going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hit done.
It's not going.
No, that's Colonel Dan, Captain Dan. Captain Dan, that's.
If only we had a rehearsal for this, right?
If only I had had a rehearsal for this. All right. Oops. But it's still not going.
If you email, do you have yours up here?
Huh?
Do you have your computer? If you email it to me, I'll bring it.
Sorry about that.
We can skip the, well, no, just.
Okay.
Well, what we can do, if you want, email
Yeah.
it to me. I'll bring my laptop in. We can move to the next item when we're ready.
Well, it's just a link on YouTube, so I don't know why we're.
I think it'd be nice to show it.
Hmm?
So, is that your desktop right there that we're seeing? Is
This
that pretty
mine?
picture your desktop?
Yeah. That's my desktop, but it's not extending
Go
out.
into presentation mode and see if that makes a difference.
Did you see that right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not extending out. I don't know. Sorry, guys.
Wanna try this?
Sure.
How do you escape it? Can you drag that over to the other one?
No.
Just maximize it there?
Oh, sure.
Do the presentation again?
Oh, see? Now I have to move somewhere I can see it though. Because I can't see. All right.
Carol had the right idea.
Huh.
Make it bigger. You still have to start the presentation.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay. My apologies for that.
You just want to make the mayor look good.
I worked my magic on your magic.
He always looks good. It's not like you even have to try. So,
There was scoffing in the audience.
You got it going now, sir.
Good.
all right. So, I just wanted to start out. We're going to go here and show this. This is we've done. If you looked at the packet, you saw kind of the 6 months. I was hoping we're almost. It's about 5. We're at 5, but hopefully I felt like we could come and I wanted to come and talk and present where we're kind of at, so you guys get an idea. These are the things that the objectives we had. We met back in July and we had our discussion, and this is where we're at. And so one of the big things we have right here is the video that we've produced. And now, is it showing? Here we go. Let's see what happens. Did it go? No, it didn't go. Okay. Here.
I think if you push on the little, yeah, there you go.
Here we go.
Så du har fel heder för dra avslag. Hon ser du har fel luft, jag är död.
Over there.
Welcome to Castroville.
That's nice.
All right, so we're doing everything wrong. All right, I ain't worried about it right now. Oh, there. You think I'd operate these things more often? I would know what I'm doing. Okay, so that is the video that we created. I worked with Clinton Habe, and we went out. It took us about basically a whole week. We spent a week. It's a little bit over a week because we had to make sure that we got the Alsatian dancers, and that was going to be a weekend. So, but we basically had 5 days. That's 5 days of filming within the community. Since then, because we didn't get it, 5 days, there's just not enough. And so what I would say to you is if you have some suggestions, like, hey, what about this location or this place, send them my way. Because the idea is we can add to this, and we can bring them back to do more things. We've been out. We didn't have time to get to Sammy's, but we've been able to get to Sammy's, and then some other things. I wanted to get more of the hiking trails out at the park. And so, because what we're doing now after this is, if I can, this will go to the next. I keep doing this. I'm trying to go to the next slide because the next slide, because what we can do, and the whole idea is to, I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. The whole idea is to take these all this video that we've shot, and we've got a lot of it in the can, and then what we can do is take it to individual places. So right now we put one up for Jukes on social media. We put one up for the hotel on social media. We put one up for the bakery on social media. I'm working on one for the park. And we'll put that one up on social media. And so, those are some other videos that we're getting. The nice thing about having all of this, we shot all this, we worked on all this, and I'm putting it all together. Went out and got a rights-free song to be able to use, and then had recordings done of people speaking Alsatian. We already had access to that because Clinton Habe had shot that already. And then he went and got someone saying welcome in Alsatian as well, so we could put that on there to kind of bring everything together. And so I will say this, the video we've just started targeting San Antonio, but I will say that the initial results, the numbers I'm seeing right now are very strong. And as far as like the market, like what's considered to be good, we are hitting that number right now. So I'm hoping, we're just in a test phase to see how it goes, but I'm hoping that that's a good indicator of how this plays within the market. And so that's kind of a big part of one of the things that we worked on. You see it as part of that first 6 months. And so we have, and then we have the material that I put in front of you. I put a couple of different stacks up there to show you kind of the things that we're actually working on getting printed right now. One of those pieces that you look at is kind of 11 by 17. It folds down and into a trifold, but then you can flip it up and it's a map as well. That piece right there, that will be going out into the visitor centers throughout the state of Texas. That one right there will be going out into visitor centers. This one is a walking tour, and the idea behind that is to simplify, because one of the feedback that we heard from people who came to Castroville is that they love that big tourism guide, but they wanted something a little easier. How can I get to this quicker? And then if you notice, and some people have asked, really what we're trying to do is to show them the history, but also get them to walk around where all of our businesses are at. We wanted to get them to spend time in our town looking at the history, but we kind of want them to see all of the different places that we have to offer as well. And so those are things that are right in the middle of production right now. Proofing has been something that's so important. There's so much different information, and I've worked really hard and tried to get people to make sure everything is correct. And I'm still hoping. I've had a lot of people who've been so kind and helpful in making sure, but my biggest fear, is that let's make sure that this all looks good, but also is correct, and also, so I've had a lot of proofs. So we've taken our time to try to make sure that everything is done correctly. There's a brochure that we're going to use for our Steinbach House. We'll be mailing that out and trying to get people to come and bring tours there. So one of that piece will be put with a letter, and we'll be able to mail that out and trying to get people to bring tours here. That's part of the idea behind that. Also, because some of the feedback was people wanted something to take home, and so we didn't have a lot of stuff, and so that's part of what we're trying to do well, to give people items that they can take home to their home. Yes, sir?
Like the stickers. So that's directly for Herb and the mayor and Phil, on the EDC board. One of the main goals of the EDC was to create linkages between Castroville and the tourism and convention market that exists in San Antonio. So we know that we've still got a long ways to go to continue that work, but these things that Darren Ham has been working on are the tools, if you will, the marketing materials that we would then push that direction.
Yeah, and this is a first step.
Right.
I mean, we have to get somewhere, you kind of have to walk, and so there's been a lot of things that have already been done within the community that's already been, people already, and I don't want to also step on what's already out there, what's already being produced. So we're trying to work with the chamber on things like, one of their questions was, we have this book that we put. I'm like, yeah, that book is a great thing for people to have. I'm just trying to give a few other things that are a little quicker for people to have. We're not trying to replace what other people have done. And so that's kind of that if you see the kind of the 6 months, and that's kind of where we're at. And again, you've hopefully seen the newsletter that's been redone that we have now, hopefully consistently going out. And I've also worked on the website trying to get some of those things updated, making sure the journey forward and those things that are happening are put there in the news section. Things that are coming up now are events. That's going to be the next 6 months. And so I feel like we're already starting with Light Up Castroville and working on that. I also believe that next year one of the things is a Founders Day in September. I believe that we really need to work to make sure that becomes a really big event. I know that looking at the history of Castroville, it has been a big event in the past, and so I would love to bring that kind of history. One of the things I read about it was people used to come and camp out and kind of to celebrate the people who initially came here to settle this area, and I think we could really do a lot that can make that a really special event. So that would be the one I've seen. There's a lot of the thing is there's so many other events already taking place that I would love to make sure that we're there helping people who are already doing those events. We try to offer our assistance. I try to offer my assistance in any way that I can for any of those events. And so we're trying to help out with the chamber and anything that they need help with. So hopefully that's some of the things that we have moving forward as we advance after this. But I really wanted to show you kind of what has been accomplished based on what we discussed, and show you that this is where we're at. And hopefully you're happy with where we're at. Hopefully you see what we're doing. And I do believe that the video, we've always thought it's going to be our key ingredient to get us all that content that we have. I believe we're going to be able to utilize it in a lot of different ways to market Castroville. And
It's
so
a
I'm really
beautiful
excited
video.
about it.
I was in a city where we produced a video, and I can tell you I'm as proud of the video I just saw as I was of the other one, and we probably spent 4 times your budget doing the other one. So I'm really happy with what you put together. Go ahead.
Thank you. Clinton Havey, when I saw his work, we became friends on LinkedIn. I saw some of his video, and I said, this guy's got a great eye for video. And so, plus he knows the community, and he's got that connection. So he's been great to work with, because we've just been putting a lot of this content. And the nice thing about it is we barely scratched the surface of what he videoed. We haven't even begun. And so that's the nice thing about it. It's going to let us use it in so many different ways. Okay?
I would like to open it up to the floor to the council to provide any feedback of what you're seeing, the video you saw, and then the print material you're seeing. Is this the direction that you had in mind? Is this something you had envisioned when we talked about doing additional marketing and creating a tourist-centric brand that the city could rally behind? Are we on mark? How far off mark?
Start with Councilman Dyer.
I'm very happy with it. I'm especially happy to see something about the river. I think there's 2 seconds in the video on the river. The rivers, to me, is something we should not overlook. I'm glad to see all the other things. I think they're very good. I think the video is excellent.
Thank you.
fantastic work. Good job. I like it.
That's okay.
Criticism, do not show us Luigi's where we haven't eaten
I do have not Luigi's, but I do have pizza in the refrigerator for later if you.
No, it's really great video, and
What happened to it all?
and just like you do in the extended videos on the different restaurants, I assume you're also planning to do that for the Steinbach House and the Living History Center.
Yeah, we'll hit every place historically, yes.
What I got from that video watching it is that there's a real, honestly, I mean, I know what all's here, but until you see it in a video, you can see it highlighted and what you can do with it. I see the opportunity to create videos that follow that eat, play, stay kind of thing. So you could do, you could do a video that's just dedicated to places to eat and all the places to eat and do really what you've done, really good video. And then play, you could highlight the park, the regional park, Lions Park, as we make improvements there, and really highlight, what is there to do here?
And the river.
Well, that's what I was saying, regional park, the river. Anyway, and then the historic, you might say, experience the history or go back in time or something, something like that. And then you have all the historical places and all the videos of that. So I think there's really a lot of potential from what you've got, and I can see how it could easily grow, especially as we have more events and we're able to get video of those events. I think you include those, and so then it becomes a destination for fun. And so you don't just have the eat and the play and the shop, but you have a destination for fun, the events, and you highlight all the different events throughout the year.
Yes, and then nice thing too, like when other places open, like the wine bar just isn't done yet, but those are the kind of things we can add into the mix. When the barbecue place comes open, we can have the ability to add that in there, and then because I have full control over all the content, I can move it around and do whatever I need, and since we own all of this content, we can make it whatever we want. We can add those kind of things that you're talking about, that kind of focus. That's what I think is really nice about it. We have a lot of content, but we don't have to. We can make that whatever we want it to be. Which
Cool.
Yes. Yeah, any kind of suggestion.
Hotel Tardy, and that's something we can leverage.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that you got the foundation. I think the one big miss we already discussed, and I know that you worked on that, is the not getting Sammy's in that initial one.
Yes.
But I mean, you did. If that's the only criticism I've got, I really could feel the emotion when I was watching that video. I thought it was really, really nice, and it covers it really, really well. I definitely see the potential in that, and I see opportunity for some of the other businesses to leverage that for their own benefit as well. So I think that you're spot on with it. I like how you covered what your initial ones. I think that for our next review, let's go back and grab that. And I know that we didn't have much time to sync up on this beforehand, but let's just grab your initial projections, that plan. You went over it verbally. Let's make sure that we just print it out next time.
Yeah, I got it right here. I can make copies if you want.
Yeah, I think that'd be nice. Why don't you, and you can just email it out to council. That'd be fine.
Well, I just put I put in the packet what the 6 months were to show you kind of so you could see, hey, this is what we said we were going to do, and hopefully you can see that I'm getting done the things that I told you I would get done. I do have the other one I printed out just to show you that some of the things that we're planning on. Like right now I'm working, now I didn't mention, from a business development standpoint, I've begun to work on that prospectus. That's something, that item that promotes us to businesses, and we're just at the beginning stages of that, which fits the schedule of what I said we would get going to as well. But hopefully the next time we'll have that business arm, that I'm working on now to develop. And I've shown that to Scott and to the mayor to let them get the feedback, like, hey, am I on the right track?
Well, I think the way you're focusing is the appropriate way to go about it. I've said this before, but it's a stupidly high statistic, but it's a real statistic that something like 80% are in that range of new businesses that come to town. The people who do those businesses are tourists before they do the business. They've come as a tourist, and they've liked something about the town, and then they started to think about, well, what if I did X? And then they open a business there. And so to start by doing the tourism-related things first, in my mind, you're doing it, that's the correct order of things. You should get that nailed down before you do the business stuff, because really those are follow along anyway in the natural order of how things happen.
Yeah.
So.
I would agree, Scott. Good point.
One litmus we've had gauging
tourism in Castro has been numbers to see how many people visit Steinbach House. And the other one, because they count numbers, is the Landmark Inn. But if we could kind of, I don't know, I assume you're tracking those numbers, but if we could see those, then that would be one way we could judge how our tourism efforts are going.
Yes, and I think that if we go and let's say put together a video just for the Steinbach House, we aim that one and see how that one, then I think we can really see then.
Yeah.
Then we can I think we can do some correlation. Hopefully we'll still be able to do some correlation between, obviously I would love to be able to measure, and we're trying to measure, right now we can measure like results, like how people are responding to it, which I think so far in the initial phase is looking pretty good. But yeah, to see how it actually correlates to what we're definitely going to be looking at numbers which are going to be key.
Business, we can look at sales tax. But for actually tourism who come here and
Yes.
just walk around, those are usually, at least, it's not covers everybody, but it covers most of the people who come to town. And if we can just kind of, as far as tourism, people specifically come here, look at something, and then that way we could kind of, I always like those numbers in the past to see those, to see how they've been going, increasing with time.
Yes, and we can definitely, because we have those numbers. Yeah, and I get those numbers. And I put them typically in the report each month to show you where they're at. So hopefully we'd love to see those, yeah.
While we're on that topic, I've had staff reach out to me again. That it would be very helpful to me if you'd send me an email about what you want to see in a report. Rather than trying to do it up here by consensus, it'd be really helpful if each of you as council members told me what you want to see in each of the reports. There is quite a bit of effort that's being made by staff to provide you information in the format you want to see it in. And I think they'd like to have a little bit more feedback, a little bit criticism if it's criticism, but some kind of feedback to let us know, are we on the mark or not with what we're trying to provide.
You've accomplished a lot in a very short period of time, so.
And then the last thing was, these are supposed to be like when you travel in Europe, you get stickers for your suitcase. That's the idea behind all that. So anyway,
I like it.
All right.
Great.
Thank you, Darren. Excellent work.
All right, next item, presentation and discussion on critical incident response. And for this, we have Jim Kohler, Police Chief.
How y'all doing? I'd also like to thank Ray for the other day helping me out with a person that I ran into. I actually answered a call, and you could definitely tell the person was in the fight or flight mode. Ray made a good response time and helped me out. He said he was helping the old man out, so I don't know what he meant by that. Essentially, was asked to put together the critical incident. This involves a lot of active shooter stuff, but this can also be utilized in the critical instances that you have. I've also included some training, some non-law enforcement training in the packet, as well as law enforcement training. I'd met with and also the sample policy from the accreditation that hopefully we'll be going to. In August, I met with the superintendent and talked to him. The Medina County Sheriff's Department has 2 officers assigned out there. They also have 1 assigned at the elementary school. I will commend them for having 2. I don't know if they can always have them out there, but having 2 officers at a high school is pretty important these days. Looking at it from the Castroville, when I started looking at it, there's only 2 people that have been through what is the gold standard that the FBI credited the Alert Center out of San Marcos with. I think it was back in 2013. Was myself and another officer. However, with that being said, they're telling us now that every 2 years you should be going through this type of training. And also looking at it from every angle. I did put in here it's December. We actually had 4 officers in December. It's actually November. I lucked out with alert training, and as I mentioned in there also, they're booked out for any new people till July of 2023. And I've got 3 on a waiting list, so that should do us good. I was informed last week at the Alamo Chiefs meeting that apparently in January of 2023, DPS, along with the Alamo Chiefs Association, is going to put on a monthly training cycle every month. And the only people that are going to be able to go to that is those in the Alamo area, the ACOG region. So we should get a lot more training a lot quicker, and I still would recommend us all going through that alert. That is the gold standard. Unfortunately, during training, tragic things happen. I saw one in the newspaper, the Austin paper, where one of them was shot, I think in Fort Worth. I don't know what company was doing that, but it was not alert. Unfortunately, hopefully the officer will make a recovery. Also looking at it, I mentioned in here the difference between your active shooter and barricaded subject. It's different. It's totally different. When you have an active shooter, essentially you are supposed to go in and neutralize the threat. That is part of your job, is to neutralize that threat. One of it is accurate fire, your body armor, and cover. And looking at those three things, they call them the ABCs, as well as looking at it from the standpoint of how you stack when you go into these facilities or businesses or whatever it may be. Typically, you always look for strength for numbers. The recommended is 4 in a stack with the officers going down and neutralizing the threat. Sometimes you don't have 4. Sometimes you'll be the first one in and you have to neutralize it. Seconds mean a lot. They really do. If you look at the historical part of it, most of the time the shooting is actually over when the police get there. But it does occur on occasion where if you've got an SRO in the school district, that they are engaging them before the cavalry, what I call the cavalry, showing up in that. We also get into looking at it from the public information officer aspect. I know that on occasions you'll get the critical incident or whatever it may be, and media is hungry. They are hungry. I know from the frustration of law enforcement is the narrative gets out there before we're able to give our own narrative. Typically, what I did in talking to other chiefs as well is typically they would send a text message to the city manager, city administrator, the mayor, and let them disseminate that amongst the council members, saying, hey, look, we got this. This is what it is. Give us time. We'll get you more details. We can go either way. I think Mr. Dixon and I discussed it as far as the PIO. Sometimes you'll see it as the mayor, sometimes the police chief, sometimes both. I think one message from one public information officer, and that public information officer would rely on that subject matter expert, like the chief or something, to give that. Sometimes legal will review that document. Typically, what we try to do is get it out there as quickly as we can with a short blurb to calm people down.
Well, I think that's one of the opportunities we have tonight is to talk about this policy, so this is properly noticed for discussion. We missed the mark at the last meeting, but one of the things I think, whether you want to try and do it tonight or have some discussion about it tonight is up to you, but certainly what the chief is speaking to is what is our policy? And I know this is something that Councilman Dyer was kind of asking. What is our policy about the PIO and responding to news inquiries? And I think, in the past, I've seen councils discuss council decision making. So where might be a policy that is getting some traction from the local media. It could be a zoning related issue. It could be anything, right? Any policy that could become contentious. They have established rules for themselves in the rules and procedures or policy and procedures for city council that deal with communication, how we decide, how we make decisions, respect for each other, all of that. And then part of that, baked into that whole process in those rules and procedures for council, is a policy that has to deal with communication. Who communicates? When do they communicate? How do they communicate? That can, again, oftentimes be in rules and procedures. And that would be applicable, once you kind of decide that could be applicable to other situations like this, where we're talking about a police emergency. In the one that we experienced not all that long ago, the reason we have a new chief here now, what was done, we kind of ad hoc, absent a policy, the mayor provided the official comments. We ran all of those comments through legal, and we, where possible, try to put everything in writing. So if we reached out to you by a media person and we said, okay, send us your questions, be more than happy to provide you a written response to those questions, which allowed us to make sure that what we're releasing, one, is consistent, two, has been reviewed by legal, that we have the same message. But I think, again, that this is a policy. This is something that the council needs to ultimately decide what it wants to do.
I think that's really good, actually, if we can draft it into a policy, because it may change based on the elected officials that are here, the department heads that we have here. I think we set it as a moment in time and say, right now, this is how we're going to do it, and that's one of the ones that then council would have the opportunity to go back and review if situations changed, if personnel changed, if we had something to do with that.
We do also have a sample policy that I can pull off the Texas Police Chief's website for that. Essentially, they recommend someone going to a public information officer school. So when you come by and you get the assessors come by, that's part of it. You have to show the certificate and stuff like that. But I think one voice is critical. And a lot of it is, once you've dealt with the media a couple of times, you understand that they are going to keep calling. So you have to give something out. It doesn't have to be a long, drawn-out thing. And I just recommend, giving that short in writing and then let legal review it. That way nothing, I've seen a couple of them recently in the papers, and I'm like, that's probably information you probably should not be putting out there. It's too much of the details that are involved in that. Not that there's cover-up, it's just too many details.
But I think that the best way, because there are different types of information that need to go out. If you think about the text strings that inevitably fire up over this, it's friends, families, neighbors, constituents, and there is one level of information that I think would be appropriate for each one of us to disseminate out that way.
Correct.
But I think we need to draw some really, really tight bounds around that. So I think it would be good to put the different scenarios together, and then I think it would actually be good. This is the kind of thing that could cause long-term huge issues that aren't actually issues if we say the wrong thing, if we misstep. So I think that it would be good to actually put that through and then go through some practice, some training. That's totally separate from what the chief is talking about for the actual incident response.
Correct.
But I think that there is as much concern about the communication of what's going on as there is about what you're actually doing to deal with it. So I'll start over on this side. Do you have any questions, comments?
Very good. I read all the information twice actually, but it was very, very good information. Thank you for that.
Councilman Sal?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Councilman Dyer?
I don't have any questions, but I'd like to make a comment. When we had the last incident like this, at the same time that the mayor and everybody else was being confronted, I was getting phone calls from an ABC reporter in New York City. That's how fast it happens. Mm-hmm. So I'm very pleased to hear that we're going to have some central response and that it's going to get disseminated to the city council by text message or some fast method. Hand me a piece of paper so I know what you said. So if I'm asked a question, I don't have to dance around and come up with my own answer, because I think it's better to have one voice. And
Yes, sir.
I support what the chief is saying. It's up for the leadership of the city and the situation to figure out who that voice ought to be, and then let us know. And time is critical, and it looks like we have a plan that is going to result in that happening, and that makes me pleased.
We just need to prioritize when y'all want to do that. Well, yeah, because again, council needs to be the one to create the policy. I need to know from the staff point, Deborah does, the city attorney does, the chief does, if there's something specific you want from us, whether it's examples of other police policies or other cities from the attorney's perspective on any PIOs that they do or policies. Deborah and I can reach out to other cities if needed and find council policies and procedures that might address communication and how you communicate. I think that's one of those areas of policy. We talk about financial policy, et cetera, but again, kind of my recommendation is you bake this communication piece into a larger policies and procedures for council, which y'all have, right? So, but we haven't reviewed recently, so we probably need to go through that. And I'll leave that up to you, Mayor, as far as your agenda setting for the next 6 months. Where do you want to put that in, and when do you want to try and address that as a council?
The other clear thing that comes through if you read all the documents that the chief sent us is training costs are going to escalate considerably higher in the future every year to do the required training and to prevent mistakes like they had the other day where they shot somebody when they were practicing. So I think it's a budget impact that City Council needs to be involved in. When we do the budget, we need to ask questions.
Yes, sir.
What do we have to do this year that we didn't have to do last year?
Right.
And how much is it going to cost?
The alert training is actually free. That's a blessing. They've got a lot of grants. It's just really the time that, depending on where it's located at, it's be incumbent on me to look at it in the San Antonio Metroplex area, because when you factor in per diem, that's a cost, and if I can offset that with getting it local, like the one I'm sending to Chavano Park in a couple weeks, that saves us a lot of money, a lot of money.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you all very much.
I think that I think that we come back, actually, when we look at the communication policy, let's take a look at what we already have in ordinance to see how much that actually covers, see where that actually needs to go. And I think that we need to develop the communication standard based on scenario. Let's categorize those and talk about what can be disseminated by whom, at what time, and what our internal communication will be, so that everybody's aware of that. That way, if an incident happens, I really like the way that Scott's been dealing with this. Whenever there's been something of note, I sends out a group text, just information, and keeps us apprised if there's something that's either a potential critical situation or an actual critical situation. So I think that we capture those. And I think that, I don't know, how long do you think, we could probably come back in January with something like that?
There is what I would suggest is, I believe on Teams, your policies are out there. I recall seeing them. It's just been a minute since I looked at them. So what I would suggest is maybe I'll take a look at what's on Teams for your policy and procedures. To your point, what's included, what communications are addressed in there, what's not, and then yeah, if you're ready to put it on the agenda in January, great.
Let's see if we can get, maybe some categories that other people have used. If we can find out how they just use a template of categorical dissemination, I'll bet somebody's got something.
Like a flow chart for what gets communicated by who and when?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it needs to be simple, so that we remember it, we don't have to go.
Yeah. No, I think that we can do it. I think that there's two sides. There's one that is a very complex and very hard to understand, and that would be something that would need to be practiced. But on the surface, I think that it is just very specific. One point of communication to the media, and then another point of communication to the citizens and community members, and another one is internal communication to inform council of what's going on.
I have seen very minor issues get really large when you're talking about animals or something that's very, interesting, that something that started out something really small that we would have notified y'all with, it just starts snowballing. So that needs somehow or another to be in there as well.
Escaped lemur?
It has to be.
All right.
A fried squirrel or a turkey?
Was it a squirrel or a vulture? All right. Great. Thank you, Lisa. Everybody good with that? Yep. All right. Next item is consider and take appropriate action on authorizing staff to issue request for proposals for administrative services, an RFP, and request for qualifications, an RFQ, for the Texas Community Development Block Grant administered by the Texas Department of Agriculture.
So I want to acknowledge that is Michael Sledge over there, right? Yes, correct. We've talked by phone, and I swear I'm not that hard to get a hold of, and I don't think I'm that busy, but I am reminded by multiple people how hard I am to get a hold of sometimes, because it does get busy. But Michael Sledge is with GrantWorks, and one of the things, as you all know, we have a grant, or we have a public affairs consultant that helps us with grants. They do not do the CDBG grants, the Community Development Block Grants. Community Development Block Grants are federal grants that are administered by the state, and they're available for various projects: water, sewer, streets, sidewalks, other things. EMC made it clear that they don't do those, and GrantWorks is one of several that does. And to their credit, they reached out and said, "Hey, do you need us to do anything?" And It's not that it's not important, it's just, man, there's just a lot on our plates. And so it's probably taken 3 months of persistent follow-through by Mr. Sledge over there to try and get in front of somebody and talk about it. And again, it's something that we're very grateful for, because we definitely need, especially as I'm looking at the CIP and trying to figure out how to fund things. I think there's definitely a fit for some of these things for our community, and we'll be able to help the community with it. So the first step, and Mr. Sledge is the expert in this arena, so certainly I would encourage you to direct any questions about how this will play out or what happens next to him. But in my experience, the first thing you do when you're going to go pursue a CDBG grant is you hire a grant administrator, or you do an RFP and RFQ for both a grant administrator and an engineer, because that's what's required under the CDBG. If I stated that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that's what is on the agenda tonight. It's just authorizing staff to issue the RFQ and RFP for us to go and get a grant administrator and an engineer to assist the city in applying for a CDBG grant. Now, what that grant will be and what we'll actually apply for will be part of the work that we'll do with that engineer and the grant administrator to ensure that we're picking projects that are most likely to be funded. And that's kind of what you do, is you take the world of possibility of what you need done, and then you look at the world of possibility of what they want to fund on the federal side, and those missions and objectives change, and the point scoring system changes every single cycle. And so you try to figure out, well, which one is most likely to get funded, and then you pursue that. Once again, is that accurate?
Okay. But what we're actually doing this time is,
Please.
that's actually $500,000 that we're going to be pursuing. So that's a lot of money. So that's what the conversation is about tonight, authorizing, moving forward with that RFP, RFQ.
And it's is it 90-10? What's our match?
It's
5%.
5%, okay, so it's 95.5.
25,000.
Yeah, remember. So yeah, our maximum out of pocket is 25,000, which will be covered in our current CIP. Ideally, this would be something that's already planned, it's work that's planned, we're just finding the way to pay for it, so.
Great. Is there anything else that you would want us to know that Scott didn't already cover?
Well, I think something that's important to know up front is, as we are working through helping you guys select an application to submit, there's no cost to the city. So the work that we're doing right now up front is of no cost.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I didn't know you were going to be here. I'm glad you were, though.
No problem. Happy to do so.
All right. Questions?
Yeah.
So there's no upfront cost, I assume there's a percentage cost later on?
No, so what again, the grant administrator and the engineer, okay, this is where I will need you, because I'm trying to remember. It's been about 6 years since I did a CDBG grant, but my recollection was that one, not both, are paid for through the grant itself, right?
Actually, both are paid
Both?
for
Okay.
through the grant, and there is a fee for the administration and the engineering services side.
Mhm.
And that fee is both capped by the state.
Okay, good.
Yep.
And then the other question I had is, I know it's one of the big criteria here, is if we have septic tanks, first time service, water, but every resident in the city of Catchville has water sewage connections, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think, well,
Here's what we want to do in this case. Excuse me.
yeah, good.
So, ACOG has determined the priorities for the council government, and what they've identified as the first priority is water and wastewater.
Right.
So whatever we submit, we want to submit within that area.
But we aren't trying to check all the boxes. So yes, while it'd be wonderful if we were bringing sewer for the first time to a community that didn't have sewer, that you would get the highest points if you were trying to do that type of project. But the reality is that there are very few communities that are doing that work, and we'll be competing with the majority of communities like us who just have water and sewer needs that they can't afford to do on their own.
So maybe another area.
Now, the other thing that, just to know, the other thing that's important generally with CDBGs is poverty or median household income is taken into account, and the area that you service with the project, if you can service an area where 90%, the highest percentage you can reach are low to moderate income, that's where you're going to score the highest, and that's where, generally, that's the only way you're going to get funded. Because you're competing against other communities, in some cases where it's an impoverished community where they can say, well, 80% of our community is low to moderate income, right? So Castroville, in some respects, will be somewhat limited. One of the neat things that truly makes, I think, Castroville special and unique is that our income level, we don't have segregation by income level. And I don't know that the average person in Castroville appreciates or understands how unique that is. Almost every community I've ever worked in had a segregation by income level. And sometimes by some ethnicity to a certain extent as well, but almost always by income level. Across, living on the other side of the tracks, as it were, is a real thing in most communities. And here, that really doesn't exist. I mean, it just doesn't. I mean, you have Country Village, which is fairly homogeneous development, right? And River Bluff, which is a fairly homogeneous development, but they are small in size, and they're not mansions, right? I mean, they're average. A lot of the folks are renters that are in those developments. So I think we have a very wonderful community in that respect, but that also makes Michael Sledge, his job a little bit harder, because whereas in a lot of communities they say, well, we're gonna pick this area because it's obvious that's the area to do. Here, it really won't be that way. We'll have to be creative about how we do our application, but that's why you get paid the big bucks. So.
That's a good problem.
It is a good problem to have. Yes, I think it's both fascinating and wonderful.
Any other questions from council? All right, so I think the motion is to authorize staff to request RFQ for the Texas Community Development Block Grant.
I make a motion as so approved, so motion or whatever it's called.
So read, yes. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Great. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, to be clear, we are not going to hire Michael Sledge.
Right.
We're going to do an RFQ.
Yeah. No, I appreciate
and
you
then
coming down and
GrantWorks will
talking to us.
apply,
Yeah.
and we might hire
Yeah.
GrantWorks.
I just really appreciate, how far did you come from?
Actually, I live in Austin.
Oh, wow.
I'm trying to make my way back there. It's probably about a 3-hour drive from traffic, but
We got hotels here. They're really nice.
I should have thought about that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very
I'll
much.
remember that next time. Absolutely.
We got an RV park too, it's really nice. There's an RV park too. Great, all right, thank you.
There are restaurants also.
We have lots of restaurants.
Yes, I've seen the Whataburger, so I'm visiting on the way home.
There's a lot of chicken. All right, next item is consider and take appropriate action on approving the purchase of a CXT restroom for an amount not to exceed $177,905.
So one of the things that was sent to me, and we just take it for granted sometimes as staff that you remember everything we've talked about. And, this was part of the Parks Master Plan that was submitted as part of the CIP that's baked in. It was on this the slideshow presentation where we detailed what the parks projects that we were going to try and accomplish was. So it was one of the last slides because it was intended for next year, which is why we're doing it now. But we really kind of missed the ball on providing you more detailed information about what this consists of. So I know I've received a couple of questions prior to the meeting, and I have Devin, as always, has backed me up with additional information that I certainly can share with you. One thing to note is we already have a restroom at Lions Park by, I believe, the same manufacturer. They are the cheapest manufacturer we can find of this quality. They were considerably less than the next closest competitor, but we feel like they're every bit as high quality. This is the same brand that a lot of the state parks use. It is a tornado-safe shelter. It is 100% concrete, so even though it talks about cedar shake, it'll have the appearance of cedar shake, but as you go up to the Lions, as you get closer and closer to that building at Lions Park, you will see, oh, this is solid concrete. It's all one unit. This would be constructed in the same manner. It will not need a separate foundation. It can sit right on caliche. You do a pad side out of caliche, and it sits on top of that. The plan would be to replace the restrooms on the south side of the park. So this is the one closest to the soccer fields. You have one kind of near the sand volleyball and that stuff. If we had the money, I'd love to replace both of them, honestly. But the plan would be to, this will go a little forward and closer to the fields than the current restrooms. The current restrooms would be demolished after this was put in place. I know Councilman Dyer and I talked about, well, whether do the existing restrooms have to be demolished? And the answer is no, not necessarily. Now, we do. One of the issues, the reason that staff brought this forward, the reason it's ranking very highly by the Parks Board and in the CIP is because we see the need for better restrooms. The restrooms that are there are essentially residential grade restrooms that were constructed 60 years ago, that are showing their age, and that are not as easy to maintain and keep up. And this would be obviously a newer model that's, again, enclosed from the elements, tornado safe, easier to maintain and fix, more difficult to vandalize, which is very important for these restrooms. So I don't know. I think I covered the gambit of some of the questions that were asked. One of the thoughts that we had about the existing restrooms is, could we shutter them and just leave them in place until we decide what we're going to do with them? Again, I don't think keeping them in use is wise, because that's the whole reason we're looking to replace them. But potentially, we could use that space for something else. One of the thoughts was turning it into a convention or into a concession stand. The convention. We're going to have a convention at the restrooms. Yeah. Thanks, Mayor.
I'm just laughing because, you get your toilet bowl nachos. And
right, yeah. No, you could turn it into a concession stand because it does have water and septic there that you would need if you're going to do concessions. I don't know that it has electricity, but that could be run. And the building potentially could be reworked, but I don't know what that would cost. The cost of fixing the current bathrooms, one of the reasons I think this was considered by Parks and recommended as a project, is because when you start looking at, okay, well, we want to repair or bring up to par the existing restrooms, there's so much that would have to be done to make them ADA compliant that the cost pretty quickly gets into the tens of thousands of dollars. And again, the cost estimate was around 60 to bring everything up and make it work. I know Phil loves the restrooms, so.
Did the Parks Board look at doing any kind of reclaiming of the buildings, not necessarily for restrooms, but for storage, for concessions? Have you guys talked about that at all?
Yes.
Okay. And that's it?
Yeah. We discussed either taking them down or how could we use them. Repair them for restrooms or take them out and use them.
It sounds like we've had enough issues with them, and I've seen them leaking a lot and pouring out. And yeah, please.
I'm for the new restrooms, black and white. The new restrooms have 4 toilets. The old restrooms have 4 toilets. 1 urinal, 3 toilets. We don't get any additional use out of the new ones if we tear down the old ones. The old ones have been around about 50 years. Next year, in 04, I mean in 24, they'll be 50 years old. But they're functional and they're good. I don't think we should tear down the old ones. It would cost us almost as much to tear them down as it would be to make some modifications. We don't need to make them ADA compliant. We put it in the new bathrooms. I talked to Patrick about that. He said their recommendation was don't demolish the old bathrooms now. In the future, maybe, but right now, build the new ones, keep the old ones, keep them functioning. If you want to make them more secure, put a metal gate over across the front of them. The toilets have worked as they are for 50 years. They're still good toilets. You can replace the toilet sheet. You can put a metal gate over the front. They're not that expensive, but it would cost as much money to just demolish them as it would be is to just, if you do need to fix them up. But the first priority is, I'm all in favor of buying this new one now, especially before the price goes up, situated. I would kind of recommend it be, because in fact, Devin, I thought, mentioned that put it a little bit closer to the pavilion, because that way people can use it as changing rooms over there, because these are big rooms. And maybe I missed that in that thing. Not next to it, but just kind of in that.
Here's the diagram that was provided just prior to the meeting is, looks like this. Again, I'll scan all this and send it to you, but again, it's kind of towards the fields, centered between what will be a new playground and the existing bathrooms. So the existing bathrooms on the right, The new playground would be on the left. Just remove some kind of issue. I don't know what the issue is. And then the bathroom would be in between, kind of up on the hill above the soccer.
A little bit farther to the south, though, from the existing bath.
Oh, yes.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
what
probably,
that's what I'm-
probably 30 feet southeast of the old bathrooms.
Yeah. So I don't know why we need to take out the old ones. Agreed. Because especially with the number of soccer people there, they need as many facilities as they can.
Well, I think that we've got to take a look at it and see how we can I would much rather repurpose a building that was built, I think it was 50 years ago. And it's better, in my opinion, you can always find a use for something like that. Doesn't necessarily need to be a restroom, but we were talking about this earlier. What does it actually cost? If it costs us more in terms of risk and safety and issues, then absolutely we probably should use them as restrooms. But I'd like to be creative about that.
Yeah,
And not tear down the old every single time.
The other thing I want to mention, and we talked about, another suggestion was, a big issue is the cleanliness of the bathrooms, and so these will be easier to maintain and clean. And again, they'll be less prone to vandalism as the current ones. So if you keep the current ones, you're keeping all the same workload that you have presently, which generally speaking people are unhappy with, the level of cleanliness that exists in the bathrooms. It's been an issue and a challenge, and adding to that. So from a staff perspective, from my perspective, I'd say, okay, great. I get the utility side of it. I get why you want to keep the facility
But you can
available
close them off.
and create more of them. But, well, no, I mean, there's been some discussion about not closing them off and leaving them as restrooms and making more available. That's what Phil was just proposing.
Well, how long would it take us to put that in, though? I mean,
Well, they're concrete, both of them are concrete inside. You can clean the one restroom as much as you can clean the others. The problem is nobody's cleaning them, like Sunday morning.
Well, and that's why I want to talk about the other issues. Right now,
Clean the restrooms
Yeah.
first thing. But they're both going to be concrete inside. Vandalism, you're going to have that at either place. Yes, you can lock the doors on the new bathroom.
it's a little more difficult, and they're better, the way they're manufactured,
You can lock a door.
Mhm.
But you can also lock a gate on the other bathrooms and not let people in there at nighttime. So vandalism-wise, I could see a lot of.
The fixtures in the new bathroom are more difficult to vandalize than the old. The older,
I'm talking about spray paint.
yeah, you can always wear a spray paint can. I'm talking about like tearing it up and causing issues. It's a lot easier to do that in the old bathroom than it will be in the new bathrooms.
We had the old toilets torn up recently.
I don't
They had
know.
to replace them. I've never heard of toilets.
I'm guessing, I mean, I just can tell you from my experience from working with parks for the last 10 years, it's a very common thing, that's what happens.
Yeah, I don't think
Are people,
Yeah. We might now that you.
well, or people flushing things down, or the fact that the pipes are freezing, all of those things are easier to maintain in the new design than they are in the old design. So I just want to point out, I'm not trying to be argumentative, I'm pointing out the fact that we have a situation right now that we're not happy with the level of service. Now, there's one proposal that's been made when I talked to Councilman Dyer, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but we talked about, well, would it be possible or feasible to outsource the cleaning of the bathrooms? And the short answer is, yeah, probably. I don't know what that would cost. I don't know how you recoup that cost and what that does to our budget, but it's certainly something staff can look into. And that way we have it outsourced. We already outsourced the cleaning of several of our facilities. Maybe we could add the outdoor restrooms and put it on a regular basis, and that would be one way to stay on top of it. Our park attendant, just so you know, we had Todd, very nice gentleman. He worked for us. He went back to work for the school district, so we've been absent the park attendant for a little over a month. And that's part of the reason we've had an issue with our level of service. I brought in an emergency employee to fill in the gap, because I have a parks director who's having a baby, his wife's having a baby soon, and his parks supervisor's wife is also having a baby soon. And when I say soon, I mean in the next couple of weeks, any day for Devin's wife. So I'm trying to be cognizant of their needs and our needs from a service level. So I brought in someone to work, kind of fill in the gap. And that person has just told me that they might be going right back into the Army. So we had them for like a day, and they're already saying, well, I'm re-enlisting. So the point is, personnel changes, whether we resolve those now, you can almost count on the fact there's going to be turnover. Anytime you have that turnover, it's going to be it's going to result in service level issues and complaints that you all field. And I want, I think staff is desirous, myself and Devin, and I think this comes down to a person that works for the city. We want to be able to deliver the best services possible. So that is something that maybe we look into, Councilman Dyer, is what would it take to have a different group clean the bathrooms? Yeah.
That's the way it used to be not long ago.
Yeah.
In fact, they were shaking their head. But then Devin came and said, if I'm hiring a person, I can get rid of that.
We had a contract
We
before.
had a contract where they cleaned the bathrooms and picked up the trash and did all that stuff. And then Devin, and we agreed with him.
And he's not wrong. If you have a person consistently that cleans it, that's employed consistently, but we haven't been able to do that. For the last 2 years, we've had turnover.
Maybe the plan didn't work.
Yeah.
We need to go back to the earlier plan.
Or maybe you stick with the plan and just have the backup of the outsourced as a backup for when we don't have the person in place. That's a good way to modify staff for something especially like that.
Yeah, a lot of times private companies are going to want a contract because they've got costs too, and they've got personnel issues too. They want to be able to staff up to what your need is, and they're not going to staff up for when you call on a blue moon.
Councilman Dyer?
I'd like to focus on what the agenda says. We're here to decide whether we want to authorize this money. And I'm all for it. I support the new restroom. I don't have any problem buying it. It's in the budget. The thing I'm concerned about is, after my discussion with Scott today, do we want to put the words "not to exceed" in? Because it sounds like there's pieces and parts of this that are not yet really priced out. So I don't want to create like you're putting this building about 40 feet away from the current building. You're going to have to run sewer and water over to the new building. That's going to cost something.
Yeah,
So I'm just asking, do we want to put the words "not to exceed" in here, or do we want to give you a little more money to cover the other things that you're going to have to do?
Yeah, so what you're approving tonight is the acquisition of the restroom.
Just buying the restroom.
And buying the restroom is $177,000.
I will support
Our
that.
budget in the CIP is $200,000 for this project.
Yeah, I'll fully support that, but I'd like to make a comment about the other things we've touched on. First of all, I'm not in favor of tearing down either of the old restrooms. I would like very much for the city to lock them up and leave them alone until we figure out if we can repurpose them, if it's cost effective. That's for the future. So I don't want to tear them down. Secondly, I'm going to put an agenda item in on hiring a contractor to service all the restrooms in all the parks. I have a plan. I've talked to Scott about it. I think it's easily funded by the people who use the parks. We simply have to adjust the prices that are in our comprehensive cost fee. We figure out how many people use what facilities every year. We put the cost into those fees, and the people who use them pay for it. Because there are a few people who like to walk in the park, and sometimes they have to use a restroom. Well, you're not going to get any money out of them because we don't have any way to collect it. But if we put it into the fee schedule, we can deal with that in the future. Maybe we can come up with a better plan. But I don't think it's appropriate for city employees to be going around cleaning all these toilets. I think that is a profession that we should hire janitors for that are geared up to do it. They're properly equipped, they're properly trained, and there's many companies out there that offer their services for reasonable cost. The challenge for us is to figure out what should the cost be.
So I think that then the motion tonight would be to approve the purchase of a CXT restroom for an amount not to exceed $177,900.
So moved.
Great.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion on that? And we'll come back with the rest.
We're understanding by voting and approving this staff will not
Demolish the other building.
Yeah, we're not approving.
So you're directing,
demolition.
that's perfect. So the motion is amended to approve the purchase of the restroom and instruct staff not to demolish the existing restroom.
Do you need that as a motion?
Well, that's what I'm
I
suggesting.
know, I'm not
Yeah.
saying
Okay,
that
you wanna
doesn't need to be
modify
part
your
of the motion.
No.
We just understand
not demolishing.
I'll modify my motion to say that we're just going to
Okay.
retain the restrooms in there, lock them up, protect
Okay.
them, don't try to improve them, just maintain them locked up till we figure out what we want to do with them.
So the motion would be to approve what you just said and instruction not to demolish and find a way to repurpose.
Yes.
I won't agree with that motion, the fact that we're gonna lock them up. I think all we have to do now tonight is approve the purchase of the building.
And state that we don't want it demolished.
Well, staff knows that now, that we want to have that further discussion, a separate discussion.
Noted.
So we don't need to modify it. Okay.
We don't need, necessarily need.
The original motion stands.
So the original motion stand, the
Yeah, the
second
motion
one
and the
died.
second.
And so no further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
And this is not to exceed this amount, correct?
Yeah, that's what he.
Yeah, 177.
177,903.
Now, there is in the CIP, now that you've made the motion and voted on it, did you get those the first and second? Okay. Phil, you did too.
You didn't?
Just kidding. The CIP was budgeted for $200,000. There will be some extra expense with that. We will report to you on what those expenses are and what we estimate the total profit cost to be, because you're absolutely right. There's some additional expenses associated with it. We don't expect that to exceed the $200,000 that's been allotted for this project.
All right. So we had 3 ayes, is that correct? Motion passes. Okay. Next item is consider and take appropriate action on the city council recommendation to city representatives on the joint Castroville-Medina County Airport Zoning Board regarding the proposed regulations. So we put this on here because we messed up last time and didn't allow the discussion, and thank you for shutting that down. And I wanted to make sure that this is something, I've met with the board, I've gone to the meetings, but this isn't a Darren, a mayor direction. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. I will tell you, there's been a lot of misunderstanding about this. I'll tell you personally, I think that the airport is a jewel. I think that it is something that is incredibly beneficial to the city. I think it is something that is very unique about us and that is very special, and the operations of that, I fully support what they have in their in the airport plan. So I want to make sure that everybody is totally clear, and this is for me personally, I emphatically support that. The reason that we stood up this board in the first place is because it was a requirement that hadn't been met. Mr. Lee had commented on how the county wouldn't approve that. So that was part of what I did, is go out of my way to make sure that I was coordinating with the county, to make sure that the judge was on board with it. And we were pretty clear with the people that we appointed to represent of what we were trying to accomplish. So I just want to make sure that we talk about that as a council, and then we actually create some pretty specific guidance to make sure that the people that are representing us on that board are very clear about what council is asking for from them. So I think to start with, the bottom line with this is that they write the regulations that are specifically required, legally required by the FAA to protect the operations of the airport as it's stated in their airport master plan. Nothing more, no additional restrictions that would not hinder the operations as they're stated in the master plan. So when I say that, that is current and future operations as it's already put in there. Does anybody disagree with that?
You mind repeating that, because I'm not exactly sure I know what you're saying.
The regulations that should be created by this board should protect the airport to ensure that it is not closed down, so that it is not hindered in its operation. And what that means is, based on the current airport master plan, the operations, they talked about this when they presented the master plan. It was slightly increased. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't actually that much more than it is right now, but it has some additional commerce that can go on there, some additional items that go on there. And so it's just making sure that the reason for this, and Bob said it, they didn't prioritize it because there wasn't a bunch of stuff happening. And I really wish that they would have done that and gone through that and made sure that there were those limitations in place. And you think about somebody sticking, we were just talking about a cell tower. Love to have extra cell coverage. I don't want a cell tower on the entrance to the runway because that impedes the proper
You won't be allowed to approach
operation.
it.
Right.
They'll say you can't approach it, which effectively
Closes it down, right. And the risk to the city there is.
The concern I have is, it's not clear to me from the presentation that we got at the last meeting, what the requirements are for A1, B1, and C1. I want a clear understanding of what are they recommending, what are the restrictions. I need a map that's clear, that shows me where are the boundaries. Because if there's latitude in the FAA guidance, then I believe the city council should weigh in and give them the city recommendations for where we should put those boundaries if there's any leeway.
Can you bring up that map on the overhead? So I have this, and let's do the second one, the modified one, because that shows both some of the recommendation that Scott has made in terms of making some modifications to that. So I can show you this, and he'll bring it up here in a second. But this shows the airport is right here in A1. They've got A1 going all the way up to past Alsatian Oaks and all the way down probably twice past the river. So it's a pretty big zone. And some of the modifications, we'll make sure that this goes out to council, but we'll actually talk through those right now about what they're recommending on this. So for each zone, they have listed dwelling units per acre, which I think is a mistake. I don't believe that there's any precedence, and I don't
Before we
believe.
talk about the rules,
Yes.
can we talk about the size? I mean, why did they put the line where they put it? I mean, what's the rationale for how far out from the runway does A1 have to go? Because I'm not sure that I agree that those lines need to be that far out. So
Yes,
I'd like
and-
to hear
and I'm with
understand
you.
what their justification
Their
is.
justification was you can't, you can make it, you should make it as big as you can because you can reduce it, but you can't increase it after you've already done it, which I think is terrible reason. I think that you should look at how big does it have to be to protect. And they're talking about density. You don't get greater density than you have right there on Highway 90, right there at the entrance to it. So if you start restricting density for other uses, how do you restrict density for Walmart when you're not restricting density for Highway 90? Somebody had a great suggestion, just, I think that was your wife, right? She's like, just send all the traffic around, that way you don't have the density on Highway 90. I love that idea. But.
I didn't hear what you said, you know?
You're bringing that up still?
It was tongue in cheek.
Yeah, to answer your question, Darren, I think fundamentally I agree with you. I think, fundamentally, I don't think it's a density issue. I think it's, and I understand their thoughts is the fact that, well, do you put a school there? Probably not. I guess that's kind of a no-brainer because that's just like you shouldn't put the ball fields there. Black and white, they shouldn't be there. And they'd never be allowed there today. But I don't think we need to be so much overly restrictive above and beyond what the FHA recommends. I also think one of the most stringent criteria of the zoning is somehow get this notification. I know the FAA's worried, they told us this, we know this, the FAA's worried that someone's going to come 10 years from now and say, oh, I didn't know the airport was going to get bigger. So they have to have that notification. When you buy this property, when you convey that property to a new owner, that has to be that you're up next to an airport, and yes, the airport may grow and cause additional noise, and that's, you're forewarned, and that's part of it. I think that's the most stringent thing that should come out of this zoning.
Did we figure out if we can actually do that? Because we talked through a bunch of different ways to actually make that happen.
Well, that had to do with the historic district, right? But it's kind of the same question.
It is the same question. The difference is that for the historic district, there's actually statutory language that allows the city to do that. Our issue is that we're still general law, And without having an actual statute that says we can do that, we are creating a regulation that we have no ability to enforce.
Unless we put it into the development agreement, which is the one tool that we have.
Right, so that can be, something voluntarily agreed to. Certainly, there are other ways that the city can give notice to persons, who come in and try to develop property. But the issue with the airport disclosure statement, unlike many other states, we just don't have any statutory authority to rely on. And we have to have that as a general law city.
So you couldn't have in a particular zone that says notification has to go out. You can't put that into a zoning ordinance, basically.
Right. Because the issue is that it's an encumbrance on private property, right? So that's why I say we have to have that statutory authority. And then number two, it's who's going to enforce that? And how are we going to enforce that? And so that's why those sorts of things always remain as private property issues. So that if somebody conveys without giving notice, that is on that, of course, the issue then becomes who has the money to be suing each other over disclosures.
But if in the, like Darren said, if in the development agreement, they're supposed to give at least first-time buyers, because the builders and developers can do that, first-time buyers, if that buyer does not convey that to a subsequent property owner, that's really between them.
Absolutely.
Unless it's in the development agreement as a requirement for.
Well, it can be a requirement of the development agreement, as Councilman King stated, first-time buyers, because the developer knows.
Right.
And you can give that notice. I mean, it can be a plat note, although we don't have ability to enforce plat notes. But at least there's notice out there. There's some initial notice out there that hopefully, from their property owners would follow through and give, the requisite notice as they convey their properties.
And the notice can even say this should be passed on to, or shall be passed on to future buyers. And if they don't do that, we can't enforce it, but that could be through the courts between those two individuals and not affecting the FAA or affecting us.
Exactly. Because the other issue to that is, the only way to enforce disclosures is there has to be, some sort of depository. Where does all of this get filed? And then who hires the people to monitor all of that to then try to enforce it? No mechanisms for it.
Right. So what they've, and are you bringing that up?
Yeah, I have it up. I'll pull it in. I can't, for some reason, I can't get the zone letters. I did get a text from David. My staff routinely listens to these meetings, just so you know.
You just said what?
My
You got a
staff,
text from David.
I got a text from David. My staff routinely listens to these meetings, so Devin, David, John, Brianna, a lot of times
our directors.
we'll log in and watch. So David's been watching from home. But he stated, the question was about how these lines got drawn from Councilman Dyer. He stated the lines correlate to the traffic pattern and the instrument approach from the north and south. So that's how they kind of determine where the A lines go, why you have those kind of curved B1 and C1. Some of that's also fits with the Part 77 map. So some of that, the curvature, but also the Part 77 also reflects
That's
the
clear.
flight pattern.
The only question is, do you have leeway in how far out you draw the line? Is there a range that we can consider? What's the minimum? What's the maximum?
I believe what they adopted is the maximum limit.
Okay. Do you want to just bring up that PDF that you sent?
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
I think that's probably the easiest one. That's the easiest one that I've seen.
For whatever reason, in this, just so you know, there's a transportation features, and when I click on that, it should bring me airport, but it's not, and I think maybe it's because the link I followed is not.
Yeah, but it wasn't. We had a different one. This one is a lot clearer.
Yeah, let me,
that was in the email attachment that David, I think David sent you, you sent me.
I have a question for our attorney. Okay, we picked 2 people on the board, the county picked 2 people, the 4 of them picked the 5th person. That board, I guess what we're, by this discussion here, is we're trying to pass on to our representatives what our wishes are. But they don't need to listen to our wishes, is that correct?
So-
see which map you're looking at.
So they are an independent board. They can make their own recommendation to the respective governing bodies, and then it's up to the respective governing bodies to either accept as is, modify, deny. It's the same process.
So this is just a recommendation, isn't it? And if they are inflexible in this recommendation that they're sending back to us, it's still going to be our final say, City of Castroville, within the bounds of our...
Whether we enforce it.
Right, within the bounds of your authority to adopt these regulations. Because one of the key issues, and I think the county attorney that appeared here, alluded to, was anytime that the city uses its...
County judge.
County judge, I'm so sorry. So anytime the city uses its governmental powers to establish regulations on property, there's always that possibility of a takings claim, right? Because it doesn't mean that we have to take the entire property, and it doesn't mean that we have to physically take the property. If we regulate it to a point that they lose some of their investment-backed expectations of their property, that's always, the possibility of a claim.
Now, one of the things that, I know Chuck's not here, so I'm going to try to represent his comments he's made to me, and I'll do a terrible job at it, so I apologize in advance to Chuck Friesenhoff, but he's talked about takings claims, he's talked to the FAA about what the success rate is, if you will, is takings claims when in these types of endeavors, when you're doing joint airport zoning, and, the court side, again, forgive me if I state this incorrectly, Chuck, but he said the court sides with the city or the board greater than 90% of the time, because and furthermore, what they're proposing as a joint airport zoning board is not wholly restricted uses. It's generally speaking, it's densities and other things. So they're not saying you can't do it at all. They're saying, well, you can't do it at this level or this density. To some extent. Now, some of what they presented actually says no. There's no schools, there's no nursing homes, there's no whatever. But as long as there's other commercially viable things, do you really have a takings claim at that point? Well, I wanted to build a nursing home. Well, yeah, but there's other commercial things you can do. So I think that's why he's stated that really that shouldn't be an issue that we should be overly concerned about. I'm just trying to represent his comments. Feel free to respond to those as the attorney.
The one thing that I will say is, one, as your city attorney, I have to give you notice that that's always a possibility. Those types of claims, anytime you're adopting, a regulation that is going to restrict, use of property. Two, the other issue is who makes that determination of whether a takings has happened or not. That's going to be a court. And where do you have to be? You have to be fighting that in court, and who pays for that? Depending on how those claims come, those are out-of-pocket expenses. Those are things that are not covered by TIAMA, by your insurance. So always things to consider. It's just my duty to lay it out there, say, council, just so you know.
So one of the things this is I believe this is the map and David, thank you again. He's listening, he sent this to me.
He's done a great job of providing this information and really looking out for this.
Right. He genuinely is trying to do the best job he can do to walk a fine line between the Joint Airport Zoning Board, myself, the council, just trying to do his part to make sure, and he's an aviator, so of course he's passionate about the airport, but is, I think, fairly representing these interests and just trying to give everybody the best information he can. So one of the feedback that I had about, and this is just from a staff perspective, again, it's not staff's job to make policy, but at the same time, we try to do our best to provide good information and direction where possible to the people who are responsible for making that policy. So I've already passed this on to JAZB just as my personal comments in the meetings that I've attended. When I look at the B1, for instance, which you can see 471, that's what runs in front of the high school. You can see the high school there in red. My concern is, when you look at the regulations that were put forward for B2, C1, and B1, one of the uses that would be prohibited is schools. Well, if going off what the mayor shared earlier, was the goal of the city, which is to protect the ongoing operations of the airport from further restrictions by the FAA. And this is an answer that I haven't got adequate response to. Why is it then that the FAA didn't shut down the airport when the school was built the first time, right? I think we can agree that it's not ideal that the school is where it is, but at the same time, the airport wasn't restricted because it's there. And so I would argue that, well, then uses are inappropriate to dictate in those locations. Now, on the A zones, perfectly appropriate to make sure that the A zones are adequately protected, but that A1, again, and from everything I can tell, seems to be too large. I don't know that that in fact is, but it seems to be that way. And the boundaries that I've discussed with them, that Dave and I talked about, and I'm not going to try to imply that he agreed, it's just we've had all this discussion with a lot of different folks, was that the boundary that made more sense was maybe like the river boundary to the south and the Highway 90 to the north. So those would be your two boundaries for the A zone. You'd say this is it. And when you look at NTRA as an example, they kind of used roads. They used features such as roads as some of their boundary points. And for us, I think it would make sense to say, okay, the river is our south boundary, Highway 90 is our north boundary. And in that area, we are going to be really restricted about what you can do. And you can do virtually nothing. You can do some things, but it'd be very, very restricted. Well, that would impact part of the future development of 90, but I think appropriately so. But once you get on the other side of 90, you still have those impacted in A1, and I think the level of restriction that they're trying to put simply is not necessary. Now again, I don't know that I'm right. And I don't want to, it's kind of like playing Russian roulette a little bit. We're passing a loaded gun as we're trying to develop these policies, and once we adopt them, and then really once we allow the development to happen, that's when the FAA will pull the trigger, and we'll find out whether the gun was loaded or not. And I know it's a terrible metaphor, it's gross and ugly, but it really kind of speaks to the level of harm that can come against the city. You'd be killing our airport in every real sense if the FAA restricted its ability to use it. And no one here wants that.
No.
And I think we've been very clear about that. What's frustrating is I haven't been able to get a real clear response from the FAA, and David's striving to do that right now. He's reached out to Texas, the Texas Aviation Division of the Texas Department of Transportation to seek their input on the proposed guidelines. And asking, I sent you the email as well, Mayor. I mean, I think he did a very good job of laying it out, very kind of bare bones, without making an appeal one way or the other. Say, these are the two sides, this is kind of their concerns, here's what we've proposed. Tell us whether or not the concerns are valid, the ones that I'm just laying out for you right now. So we are seeking input, and I pray that we receive it, but my experience has been that the FAA and Texas Aviation are unwilling to take those hard stances. It's a little bit like, the legislature way back in the day, I'll know pornography when I see it. I think it's kind of that level of, well, we'll know that there's an airspace violation or an incompatible land use once it's developed and not before. So we are putting the JAZB and ourselves in a predicament, but the best guide we have for that, I think, is looking at other airports and looking at our own airport. And by looking at our own airport, I would suggest that the zones are too big, that the uses they're putting are too restrictive, because just from the basis of those uses already exist within those zones. So I'm going to point to B2, for instance. If you look carefully at the B2 zone, you'll see that the apartments, I believe the apartments...
So, to be clear, in B2, the restrictions, they were saying hazards to flight, which is obvious, no theaters, auditoriums, and stadiums, no dumps or landfills, no waterways that create bird hazard, no children's schools, daycare centers, or libraries, no hospitals or nursing homes.
No libraries, no nursing homes, no... does it say about apartments?
It does not. It says 4 dwelling units per acre, yes, it does.
So it does limit the density.
Yeah.
So that's where I kind of have a little bit of an issue, in that in B2 is where the Country Village apartments are located, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, because that's Highway 90 there.
And so when I go to...
Well, and A1 too, if you look at the
There might be a portion of them in A1.
There are portions in
Yeah. So when you look at that, I think, okay, well, if that was going to be an issue that results in restrictions against our airport in that zone, then why hasn't that already happened? And the answer I've gotten back was, well, it's not as dense. You know, if you add a bunch more of that, then they'll come in and restrict you. Well, okay, maybe. But what we've suggested, you know, the other issue the FAA is terribly afraid of, and I don't mean to make the FAA sound childish, but the issue they deal with, the very real issue they deal with, is complaints. Complaints of overflights, complaints of noise from air traffic operations. And so they want to minimize those complaints that they receive on our behalf from our citizens. And understandably so, I guess. But that's what a lot of this is about. It's not necessarily about safety, it's about complaints. So going back to the discussion that was being had while I was trying to find that map with our city attorney, is the enforceability of this lessor and owner. If we, in my mind, rather than trying to restrict the uses, if we include the proposed acknowledgement that has to be signed by the new homeowner or by the new tenant, whether it's an apartment or a house, that says, I live next to an airport, that gives us the cover that should satisfy the FAA when they see that we're doing that. Now, it does come down to an enforceability issue, which leads into my second recommendation, which is we should make those requirements only enforceable to the extent that the city is able to enforce them within its city limits and ETJ, which is really, practically speaking, the only place we could enforce that. Beyond that, it's incumbent on the county. The county does not have a permitting process. You know, they don't have utilities. Like, it's not, there's not a way for them to enforce that level of restriction. So as much as we would desire that would be the case, we are left with the inability to enforce it. So enforceability is a real issue with this code, and I think the way that needs to be conveyed, you know, part of the reason we have this item on the agenda is to come to a consensus, the council to come to a consensus about what its comments will be to the JAZB, how those will be made, and what our concerns are. So I'm going to shut up now, because the mayor started to kind of lay some of that out and was seeking your input, and then we asked for the map, and then we talked about.
I appreciate you giving the context to that. So when you look at specifically inside of what they currently have as A1, the limitations that they have are 1 dwelling unit per acre, 250 persons per acre. You have violations of that north of Highway 90, both the dwelling units per acre right where his cursor is, and the 250 people per acre, because I guarantee Walmart has more than 250 people per acre on pretty much any given day, as does Circle K, which is right up at the...
I'm sorry, I'm going to blow this up.
But remember, the Walmart doesn't use just the acreage of the building, they use the acreage of the land. So you take the density in the building and you spread it out over the entire size.
You ever seen Black Friday? Have you ever seen Black Friday at a Walmart or
Yeah,
Thursday before? But the point is that you already have things that have this level of density. And why are you trying to restrict that density? Because you're talking about a group of people in one area. And so, yeah, you can spread it out, but why are you making that limitation in the first place?
I
Because
think we should move.
they're all in one place.
That north boundary of A1 from where it is right now to the right and put it right over on Highway 90.
And go up 471. So,
and then on the south side,
it's the same thing. Well, let me continue to walk through this. So we can make some recommendations and say we would like to, and here actually I'm gonna note that. I want to get through the rest of this first. So the north, we'll talk about the north boundary and south boundary, what we would like to see from that, if possible, and create what Scott was recommending is create another A zone that is less restrictive on the north and south boundaries.
Either that or you shrink the whole thing proportionately to match that.
No, I think that you still have...
all lines move in.
Well, you still have to have some restrictions that are going to be greater in that area because it is the approach path. A great example of that would be a cell tower right there. If you had a cell tower that was too big, that would be on the north side of Highway 90, you would still need to restrict that because that could keep the planes from being able to land.
Well, and keep in mind, the FAA already has a process where people have to apply to it, but they won't tell you, no, you can't do it. So the reason that we are, they'll tell you that that's going to interfere with operations, right? But I don't think they have the ability to deny it outright.
But
That's what
do they
these
have
code-
those-
This code would be for.
That's something that is missing from this document is the FAA's regulations on heights and locations. I don't feel like that has been
Yeah,
documented.
that's the Part 77. I think it is, I think there was an attempt by Bryce to kind of capture that in the Part 77. So there's a conical surface, and it talks about that conical surface. I just don't know whether or not what Bryce was putting forward was ultimately adopted by the board. The board basically said, well, nothing higher than, I think, 55 feet.
But it depends on where you are, because that cone goes up. And so part of that is making sure that the restrictions follow that cone. Because right now, they have restrictions that aren't following any cone right there at all. So I think that is following the cone for the distances. It's limiting the north and south boundaries, because from...
So is I just want to be clear. So I think what they did is said, okay, what is the height that we think that people are practically going to use? And what are we really concerned about? And anything higher than 55 feet, you know, who's going to want to build something higher than 55? We don't need it.
Right.
They don't need it, so we're just going to put it at 55 feet. Again, I hope I'm not butchering this process, but I think that's what ultimately they landed on, and they just said 55 feet over. What you're proposing...
Well, and I don't know that the height limitation is an issue. What I think is an issue is outside of that. So inside of that, from Highway 90 to the river, I think that what they have on here is fine. Because I don't know that there's...
But what I'm just trying to understand, you said apply the cone standard. So how and where do you want that applied?
Let me get back to the actual intent is in that the A1 zone with the limitations, with putting a tighter north and south boundary on that, in that specific space right around the airport, absolutely. What they've got on here is fine, because you shouldn't have any of those things. One thing that's glaringly missing from here is the FAA's requirement to us that you don't have sports fields. And so part of what is right there in the middle of A1 is the sports fields that are not denied in this ordinance. So that, I think, needs to go in.
Well, and that's the other thing to remember is that as the new, zoning regulation goes in, because this is just a specialized form of zoning, right? So then everything that's there becomes legally non-conforming, and it's only going forward that those uses are not going to be permitted.
And I think the mayor understands that, but I think the reason you bring it up is simply to state that, hey, we had an issue with this. This wasn't in place. Had it been in place, these wouldn't have been allowed.
Right.
And why, on God's green earth, would we have a bunch of regulations brought forward and omit the one thing that actually does exist that everybody agrees shouldn't be in the place that it is?
Right.
Is that what?
Pretty much.
Right.
So, understand, this is not disparaging the board. These folks have worked really, really hard on this. And I think that this is an opportunity for us to find some recommendations from our standpoint of taking care of the city, our legal obligations, our obligations to the people that we represent, so the landowners that are or will be in the city limits. I think that we have an obligation to those, and we absolutely have an obligation to the airport. And so we're trying to find that medium balance where we can make some recommendations that actually make sense. So I think one of the recommendations would be to add in the prohibition of sports fields in other development conditions or prohibited uses. When you look at, so most of this in that zone, in that A1 zone, if you draw the northern boundary at 471 as it connects to Highway 90 and down to the west border of that, then when you go out to B1, so hazards to flight, absolutely, and you'll get these tables when Scott sends this out. So theaters, I don't see why we limit. So it's got no limit on maximum non-residential intensity, which I think is appropriate, but it does have a limitation on dwelling units per acre. I think that is inappropriate anywhere except in that immediate protection zone in A1. Dwelling units per acre is not an FAA requirement. It is a back of the napkin, throw it up against the wall and see if it sticks. So for A1, or for B1 and B2, I think or for everything except for that tight boundary around A1, dwelling units per acre has really no bearing. And that's really those two areas.
Just to throw it out there, and I don't want to even say I'm going to be a devil's advocate, but I
No, please.
know- I know in their minds, the people on the board, we got to talk to about this. Because I say, well, look at San Antonio. This thing it's ridiculous if you look at what the San Antonio National Airport is. San Antonio, look at Kelly Air Force Base Nelson Stadium's right in RA1. And they allow this. He said, well, that's because they didn't have the ability to curtail it because it's a safety issue. So if a plane goes down, you don't want stuff real dense where you can't hit some uninhabitable area. So in their minds, that's what they're going for. And I understand that in a discussion, but it does get really, really restrictive, probably, and this is Phil King talking right now, and I think it's overly restrictive in the practicality standpoint, but that's Phil King to you. I do understand where they're coming from, where they're saying, well, to be abundance of safety. And then they say, well, yeah, but you can just get a variance to the ordinance. Well, I don't think you should be willing to say, well, we'll give a variance to an ordinance.
You should write it so that you don't
Unless if you're going to say, oh yeah, that's an automatic thing, you just need to ask for it, then it shouldn't be in the thing in the first place.
Yep.
Again, that's Phil King's thought on that. But those were, I do know that's their mindset. So when we think about our response to the board, we need to understand that's their mindset.
Can I speak to the densities? This is brought up a couple different times. Ironically, the densities that they chose that are in this proposed regulation are the densities. They relied on our own zoning to establish those. So I don't want to throw them under the bus too hard on that.
Yeah,
because
but we already
they
discussed that.
Yeah, I understand. But since that time, and unbeknownst to most of the people in the community, we are in the process of adopting and allowing higher densities. As long as it meets a higher design that speaks more to the traditional neighborhoods that we see now, which are gridded, which allow multiple uses in a block, which have different kind of setbacks for the buildings, you can have that higher density because it feels natural, it feels like home, as opposed to just a really high density like you see east of here of the more conventional cul-de-sac, and we don't want that. We don't want a high density of that. So anyway, the form matters, and I think that's what council has stated. So in their defense, they didn't know any of that when they're working on it. They relied on our zoning.
And the point, though, was, and I'll make this again, the point is that they should not be writing our codes because those are the city codes. It is not the Joint Airport Zoning Board. They should, if they want to refer to our codes, they can refer to the density requirements in our codes. Anything beyond that is too restrictive, and it would then potentially contradict our codes, and that's one of the problems that we have with our
and to your other point is that the densities are superfluous to the purpose, which was to protect the airport.
Right.
So even though our code has densities in it, well, with it's in the city limits, and our code will prevail, and they don't need to put it in their ordinance. That's number one. And number two, is putting it in the ordinance doing anything additional to protect the airport? And my take, until I'm proven wrong, is that it is not, especially if you include some type of acknowledgement by the homeowner and the lessor that they live next to an airport. If you utilize that, then really the density issue, the only reason that high density really becomes a major concern has to do with safety in the very, 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 very unlikely chance that an airplane goes into a home. And I say very, very, very unlikely because in the history of ever in Texas, how many times has that happened? How many times do you recall a plane flying into a house in Texas? And I know or just nationally. It does happen. It's so infrequent as to be more likely to win the lottery as to that happen, right? In our community. So again, and knock on wood, we don't want that to happen. But the point is, the safety issue is really a minor issue. The bigger issue of the FAA is that complaint base, which is a valid issue for the FAA and should be a valid one for us if it's going to result in restricting our airport. But the way to address that is not with density. The way to address that is with the acknowledgement form.
So that, but also I think that part of this is that the city is still liable for this, and so let city council make that determination. if somebody wants to build something in that area, they still have to come through it, that if it's outside of those bounds, we are already putting in, I think that the dark skies lighting would be totally appropriate. I think about all the grackles that I see around like an HEB. I think that absolutely we put in lighting restrictions, but that is other development conditions. So taking out, I mean, honestly, taking out dwelling units per acre, I think is totally appropriate, unless there's some kind of FAA, I've not heard an FAA precedence that says you must restrict by units per acre. And if you're going to restrict non-residential intensity, I go back to, you got Highway 90 there. It violates it every single week. So you're going to restrict it, and that's right at the entrance to the airport.
I still don't understand. Are they an advisory board that they're going to advise us and then we?
No, they pass the ordinance.
So they pass the ordinance, but then we don't have to listen to the ordinance.
Right, which puts us at risk if that happens as well, because if they pass an ordinance and we don't enforce that ordinance, then we put the airport at greater risk, because then we're not, so we could.
Because then the FAA comes to us and says, hey, you have ordinances and you're not enforcing them, and we're going to do something to you as an airport. We're going to say you can't. I mean, we are the sponsor of the airport. It's incumbent, and again, we want to protect the airport. I think everybody's on the same page with that desire.
Well, so on one side, actually, I need to take a second to just double check. Deborah, what's your drop dead time to give you enough room to get over?
Oh, I can go whenever. Y'all just talking, I may walk away and come
Okay.
back.
All right. If you need to. Yeah, she's got to, I want to make sure she's got enough time to do that.
If
Okay.
y'all are talking about this, it's recording, and then I'll be ready.
Okay, I was going to ask if there's, you had kind of a list that sounded like you were going.
Yeah, so I
through.
wanted to go
Is there-
through this, and again, the bottom line is, we don't want to put the airport at risk for operations, because we need to not do that. We don't want to put the city at risk financially or for other reasons, so we don't want to do that. So my recommendation would be that we shorten the A1 and still leave the A1 on either side, or excuse me, make it an A2 and an A3. And Scott's got an illustration of what that looks like. So A1, do the restrictions that you've got in there, add in the thing about sports fields as a prohibited use, take out dwelling units per acre for everything. You can have the maximum, if there is precedence, have the maximum non-residential intensity in that A1 zone, but nowhere else, which is what they have, as long as they shrink that. Because if you don't, you're violating it immediately with Walmart, you're violating it immediately with Circle K. And then once you get out into B1, so when you look at B1, what is, again, taking out the dwelling units per acre for B1 and B2, in B1, the things that are prohibited, stadiums is already in B1.
Is there a stadium there?
At the school.
They have a stadium? Oh, okay, that's right. That's right. I'm sorry.
Football stadium.
You can tell I haven't been to a football game.
Auditoriums, they already have at the school. Theaters, we don't. So dumps or landfills. What's that?
Where's B1? I see B2.
Well, see, I think
it's on the
they
top
left
of
the
the
curve
screen.
line off. There should be a curve
No.
line.
Okay.
No, I don't think B1 had a curve.
Oh, is it?
It might have started out, but
Because it goes with the flight pattern.
yeah, I think it started out that way, and they made it a rectangle, and it's
So
B1.
B1 is the big square.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it really would be helpful if we could get a map that shows all
This-
the churches, all the schools.
Well, I'll
and
go
we could
through
mark
this.
them so we could see where they are.
Well, this
We'd
does.
understand it.
This
It
kind of
does, yeah.
does. See, he put the high school, and I have it zoomed in, so I'll zoom out, and that way. you
Well,
can
no,
see better.
leave it, let's talk about B, just leave it where it is for right now. So in B1, it prohibits theaters, auditoriums, and stadiums. You already have auditoriums and stadiums at the school. The dumps or landfills, other than those consisting entirely of earth and rock, I think that's totally appropriate. Waterways that create bird hazard does not include flood control, detention ponds, or stock tanks. And I think that is in B1, like leave that one in A1, but in B1 and B2, you got the river already actually in A1, and you have a bunch of other stuff that's in there. So I think that waterways is, I don't think that that's defensible. And we saw Ennis is covered, what, 50%
I mean, literally
surrounding.
in the end, it's just like Clark is like on the end of the runway, but, yeah. And not only did the FAA not have an issue with it, when we tried to get a replacement airport put in, they said no, that wasn't a big enough issue. So it's like, okay.
The other thing that's in B1, it says no children's schools, no daycare centers, and no libraries. And we have the school that is a children's school that has libraries, and I'm sure that there's daycare in there. The other thing that's in there is hospitals and nursing homes. If you look right smack where that B1 label is, that's where the
county.
Medina Hospital District is, and they are wanting to expand and provide additional services in that area. So
Where the B1 square is?
Yeah.
Where the B1
Right-
square is.
Right here. Whew. They didn't like it when I did that.
What hospital?
That was the medical center, I should say.
All right.
The
The county
Medina-
medical center
Well,
is right,
The county. So you're, okay, I see.
Yeah.
what you're saying.
there's a hospital
So the-
right, just below the B in the B1. That's where the county
That's
offices
the
are.
block where the clinic for the county is.
Exactly.
Yes.
And they are looking to expand that.
Didn't the school district buy that other property that's also in
It's all in B1.
B1?
They bought it
Where they
at
wanna build
Bippert Lane,
a sports
wherever
center?
Bippert Lane is.
Oh, but that's outside of this. Yeah, it's
Way
further
in.
out.
That's out here, right?
I think it's
Bippert Lane?
out by the substation.
It's Bippert Lane.
They bought the part immediately west of the current junior high. Months ago.
Here.
Yes.
So it's in B1.
Not where red arrow points, the next kind of green strip there where all the buildings and so forth.
It's in B1.
Yes,
This area, yeah. Behind the baseball fields.
coming this, towards the bottom of your screen.
Yeah. Behind there's baseball fields to the left and right there.
So in essence, I think that in B1, we recommend take out dwelling units per acre, leave in hazards to flight, leave in dumps or landfills, and take everything else out of the prohibited uses.
And I would suggest the same applies to B2 and C1.
The same applies to B2. Yeah, it's the same exact thing. I think that we just say leave in hazards to flight, dumps and landfills, and please remove the rest because that is inappropriate.
Well, I think we go back to, we want to protect the airport. Those things already exist, and they haven't limited the airport's ability to function.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I think it's actually pretty straightforward. You remove out the dwelling units per acre, you shrink it in A1, and you create an A2 and an A3 that are slightly less restrictive, that follow the Title 14, Part 77, Subpart D. That's where those height regulations are.
So can you clarify for me,
Well, I think
what
that
would be the A2 and A3? What restrictions would continue to exist in A2 and A3?
Oh, that's true. Actually, they shouldn't. They should follow the same things probably as B1 and B2.
Well, maybe. I think if there's a case to be made about
Lighting.
specific uses that you may not want there, like schools and nursing homes and that kind of thing, if you were to make that argument, I think the only place that you could make that argument, in my opinion, is in where they don't presently exist.
Right.
In A1, in the ends of A1.
Mm-hmm.
So within A1, the smaller portion between the river and Highway 90, that becomes super restrictive. As they have it right now, you leave that wording alone, and that is what it is. But on the north end, so where Walmart is and beyond, and to the south end, which is really a very small area south of the river, you would continue to restrict specific uses. And those uses would be limited to the uses that they've already identified, that, where you have schools, daycares, that kind of thing.
Except you also have
Move the
place.
Alsatian Oak School out of A1.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah.
But I think there's other places you can put that school, so it's not a big deal.
It's got to go into C3 somewhere.
It could go into B1. I don't think that they own much into C3.
They own a lot in B1, so they can stick it at B1,
Yeah.
as long as you can put schools in there.
Yeah.
And why would you not have schools in there?
That's just my thought. Like, if you wanted to make the argument to restrict it, that's what you might leave certain restrictions, but maybe not. I mean, that's up to you all. to decide. But yeah, I thought, you know, if you're going to do it, maybe there's certain things you can restrict. Because, again, if you go back to the safety issue, where are the greatest safety hazards? It's not from planes falling out of the ground, out of the sky. It's from takeoffs and landings, approaches, and that's when you have your accidents. So if you were to say, okay, we're going to make this about safety on some level, beyond the noise complaint, beyond the overflight issues, it's really about, okay, we want to try to prevent harm, then you would do that on in the takeoff and landing areas, in that A1 zone. So in my mind, if you're going to leave some amount of restrictions, it would be appropriate to do that north of 90 and south of the river.
But we already-
But I don't know what those should consist of. I'm not, not trying to put myself out there as the expert.
So we already know basically what's going to happen north of Highway 90, and my concern with limiting schools in A1 is that not schools, but places of worship, is you already have the Methodist Church that is in A1, and you would basically keep them from doing any kind of expansion at all, and potentially, hinder their ability to.
And they
do
own
what they're
quite a
doing.
bit of land there, right?
A decent amount, yeah.
There's a hotel going to go in there too.
And there's a hotel that is.
Hotels, I don't think are restricted, oddly enough.
4 stories tall.
I understand.
Yeah, but it's still within the height.
The height restriction, they'd be okay with, because we'd already established that their max height there, I think, was either 55.
And remember, the landing pattern is outside of A1. B1 and B2 is the landing pattern.
Yeah, that's
You have the
restricted.
downwind leg.
Yes.
It's a box.
Yeah, but they're still pretty high there.
Runway being one side of the box.
And that's actually why, again, David responded while we were talking. B1 is rectangular because that's the approved flight pattern. It's not, it's that whole box.
So they can come anywhere in that box.
I think that's, if I'm reading the text right, I think that's what that means.
That makes sense.
I'm not an aviator.
And it depends on the size of the aircraft, how far out
That's right.
the outside box is going to be. But it's normally within the B1 and B2 area. That would contain all the landing patterns for aircraft that would use our airport.
What do they have in here about lighting? There was something I saw in here about lighting. Do you remember where that was?
No, I don't. It might be in the hazards area because, again, we talked about radio interference, but also lights, that lights can't be shining up into the planes. That kind
It's
of thing.
section 11 of the actual regulations.
Oh, in the, you're talking about Title 14?
No, in the draft,
The dark sky lighting
regulations.
Probably would be compliant
Section 11.
with FAA.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
we don't have
Yeah,
dark
so,
sky.
lighting must be hooded, shielded, aimed downward, and have a cutoff angle of 90 degrees or less. The hood or shield must mask the direct horizontal surface of the lighting.
And where is that applicable?
On property within the A, B1, B2, C1, C2, and C3.
Oh, wow. So it's in all, that's in the entire zone. Interesting. So again, our ability, part of this also, and I don't know how we want to address this, but when we go back to enforceability, this is where I'll lean into Cindy on how we, if she agrees. I mean, I think part of the way these zones need to be drawn is with some thought about enforceability. And
Well-
whether it's enforceable. Now, granted, if B1, C1, and B2, if they follow the recommendation that you just made, and we need to get consensus from the council about all the things that you proposed, Mayor, then really there's not a whole lot of enforceability to do because you've just narrowed it down to a few things and maybe it's a little bit easier to manage. But in part, I think the zones have to be reflective of the jurisdictional authority of the city and the county. And we need to be cognizant of that when we're drawing the A1 and other zones.
And I think that the lighting requirements are, appropriate because that does, I've seen more birds caused by lighting than by anything else.
Well, I think what the issue I would have with my concern for the lighting that you just listed is that it's applicable in C3 and C2. And you see how big those areas are for C3 and C2 and how little of that's actually in my jurisdiction. So the enforceability of that, I would suggest that maybe that lighting only be applicable really to A1, but if it's going to be to more than A1, then certainly not further than that middle box, B1, A1, B2, C1.
I don't think any street light meets that criteria. But with the way you read it, I think.
Yeah,
it's-
90%.
Yeah, none of your street lights,
I'd be all for getting new streetlights, but we don't have, that's also money.
but all throughout the county, in every, yeah.
Right.
And because Scott mentioned it, so enforcement is going to be somewhat problematic. Not because what they've drafted is not correct. What they've drafted is absolutely correct. I mean, those are the enforcement mechanisms. But one of the issues that we're facing, which I've not yet found another entity that I can look back to see how are they handling it, what are y'all doing, is an airport that has jurisdiction within the city, but primarily most of the actual physical jurisdiction is out in the county, right? So
Because most airports are wholly within the city limits of the city, or they're wholly within the county, right? And they're one or the other. They're a city airport, they're a county airport.
And the county doesn't have zoning.
right, and so they can't.
So how do you enforce?
Right.
zoning?
So clearly, our civil enforcement, I think the mechanisms that they proposed are spot on. What I will also say is that I believe that that the penalty they established, to criminalize, violations of this, make them Class C misdemeanors. I think that is also legally sufficient. The issue is, what is that mechanism going to look like? How do we enforce that? Because I don't know that the county, I believe that the county may have to adopt, it may have to adopt a county order or something on its side, if we're actually going to get to a point where we're going to say, we're going to haul you in for this Class C misdemeanor offense. If a Class C misdemeanor offense occurs related to an ordinance within the city limits, we either go out there and cite them, and because the violation is occurring within city limits, you either go out there and cite them, or you issue the summons and say thou shalt appear in court. And so those two options, are not available because there's going to be large segments of this that is county property.
Right.
Or in the county. So that's just something that we're going to have to figure out how to make happen. But what they've written, I think, is legally sufficient. It's just that mechanism is how to make that work.
It's in there if we're able to enforce it.
Right. It's what does that going to look like?
So far, in response to your question, Joyce, everything you recommended, I don't have a problem with. I guess if we're going to this, do we need all these different designations? I guess the question is, I don't have the sheet you have, so I can't say. I don't remember what the restrictions were in the different areas, but if we're taking out some of the restrictions, is C1 and B2 the same restrictions?
Have we talked about C3, C2 yet? Those restrictions?
C1, C2, C3 are airport disclosure statements only.
That's the way they have it proposed?
And lighting.
Is that the way they have it proposed currently?
Yeah.
Is there any hazards that they try to prohibit there?
No.
Are you sure?
No limits on dwelling units per acre, no maximum non-residential intensity, no prohibited uses, and no other, the only other development condition is airport disclosure statement.
Okay.
And what is C1, how is like C1, B1? They look the same?
No, C1 is,
lumped in with C2 and C3.
yeah, C1, C2, C3, all the Cs are highly unrestrictive.
Okay. So
B1 and B2, we would recommend, and actually, B1, well, they're separated, just call it B. A, B, and C. So B, they limit hazards to flight and dumps for B1 and B2, and with the, what is the navigation easement dedication? Oh, that would be in A1 though, right?
I believe so. Where are you reading that?
So they've got navigation easement dedication, and I don't know that they can actually require that. They've got that in A1, B1, and B2.
what
Is that exactly?
that means that you don't restrict the airspace. I think that you allow that this, and that may be something coming from Bryce. I'm not sure if he's using that as a best practice from somewhere else. But
I thought that navigation easement was talking about, and maybe David can clarify this, but I thought the navigation easement was on the south side of the runway, because I believe that their easement there was not sufficient.
I think it may be more in tune with, most navigation aids are line of sight radio. There's some type. So if you have an easement for a navigation aid, you can't put an obstruction in that navigation area that would cause that not to work. So I think most of it would be height restrictions or electronic
That's what I was thinking.
things like a
those are
cell
hazards.
tower, something that would interfere with the radio signal that the aircraft is using. And I think that would be pretty cut and dried, because usually they have a fan that goes out from the navigation aid, and you can see exactly where the routes are that the airport uses.
So
What I will say is, I don't know that this was not on my list of items to research and take a look at, because, a navigation easement is a true easement. It's an easement of,
What David's saying is that's a different ballgame than a disclosure, because we would have to buy the easement. That was a thought. So, I don't know. Yeah,
Or
so
they
I
get,
don't-
right.
I don't know that we can, I don't know that we're going to go out and buy a bunch of navigation.
I think
But-
Chuck could clarify it for us, because there is probably a standard published approach route to do an instrument landing at our airport, and you could plot that on the ground, and that's what they're going to follow, so there must be an easement
But
that
that
follows that route.
yeah, but I don't think that goes in the zoning, the joint zoning. I think that goes into the airport master plan as if a navigation easement has to be acquired and paid for, then that goes in the airport master plan. And that's something that city could then go in front of city council to say, can you support this? Or they pick it up themselves. But I think that is, that's an operation standard, not a zoning requirement.
So somebody would have to buy an easement.
But that doesn't belong in a zoning. That
Yeah,
belongs
I
in
think you're probably right.
a master plan. So then, here, I just want to, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I'll draft something, but I would just want to make sure that I've got all the details. So what we're recommending is combine B, and they can still call it B1 and B2, but combine the Bs, combine the Cs, because they're basically the same things.
Yeah, and we're going to make an A2 and an A3, so we're just,
Do we need to make an A2 and an A3?
if
Scott
you want to
had
have
pointed.
lessening restrictions as you go further out.
Well, I think that,
From a safety, what you're really restricting are probably schools in those areas, future schools, future.
You're
Except-
restricting any big box stores in the commercial area, which would be that area to the east of Walmart, close to highway, right where the pointer is now. That whole block there, from Walmart to the east, up to the blue line, is going to be commercial.
Right.
Long, commercial big box stores. And you're going to have more stores, maybe not as big as Walmart, but you're going to have contiguous, smaller stores that are all connected together.
So then maybe it is, are there other restrictions that would need?
Well, the hazards, that's what I was saying, I was surprised that the Cs don't have the hazards. I'll have to double check that, because the hazards should be in every zone, which is, you don't do anything that would impair the ability of that pilot, whether it's smoke or haze or electronic interference, or, all of those present hazards to that pilot. And so you'd want to ensure that that was existing, everywhere, in all the zones. And I would suggest that, certainly in what would be A2 and A3, you'd want to make sure that those hazards you'd have at a minimum hazard and height standards.
Yeah, like in the commercial zone for our Alsatian Oaks, the streetlights are going to be imperative that they be dark sky streetlights, because they're going to present the same kind of hazard to pilots at night that the ball field does now. And it's going to have the same issue. The issue is the pilot's going to lose their night vision when they fly over.
It is different intensity, though.
Yeah.
I mean, what they, with their wattage and everything else, but yes. That's the kind of hazard you have to worry about is lights.
It's about the only hazard you'd have out of that commercial zone would be light.
So I think inclusion of hazards makes sense, but hazards should be everywhere. So again, going back to what would be A2 and A3, I don't know what you want to recommend if you're going to create new zones. How are those zones different? Or are those zones, you just give them the same things that you're giving B and C? That it's hazards and height and...
It's hazards and height
and acknowledgement still.
And I think that you take out the maximum intensity. If they want to put maximum intensity, then shorten it so that it doesn't include anything north of Highway 90.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So in this zone, it would be basically what we have in the others, which is the acknowledgement, the hazards, and the heights.
Right.
You're going to have a water tower out there, it's going to have lights on it.
Well, I don't know how that's something that's come up.
It's an avocational aid.
Oh, yeah. Well, the water tower that we're talking about right now, anyway, is too tall, and it's a concern for the airport. And one of the things that I've directed to the engineers is we are not going to have we as the city are not going to authorize the construction of a water tower that impedes our airport.
Right.
We're shooting ourselves. We may have to go back to the drawing board on where that is, or how tall it is, or what we do.
Scott, can you show us with your arrow where you think the water tower is going? I thought it was in B1.
Well, I think it's, so if I remember right, I stood out there on that property not too long ago, and
I thought it was in the upper northeast corner.
this is all Alsatian Oaks. It's on the edge of Alsatian Oaks and Terry Dickerson's property. Terry Dickerson's property, if I'm not mistaken, it kind of follows this line right here.
Oh, they're not perpendicular to 90?
No, it's kind of, well, no, it's not. It doesn't fall off on that trajectory. It kind of comes straight back this way, if I'm not mistaken.
I think the tower's going right where you're at.
So that tower, there's one that looks at in this area, which would be on the Alsatian Oaks property.
But, well, I don't want to get high-centered on this because the fact is we wouldn't put it in a place that would restrict.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't want to get high, I really want to get this finished up.
Thank you.
Keep going, you're doing a good job.
Okay, so make sure that we've got in A1, in all of them, remove the dwelling units. Did I do that right? Remove dwelling units per acre. And intensity, non-residential intensity. Is that right?
I'm okay with that.
In
So, question, are we trying to adhere, or excuse me, is the zones trying to adhere to FFA regulations or recommendations?
recommendations.
There's not the FAA doesn't regulate any of this.
Well,
They provide recommendations, and they say, here's what you have to watch out for.
The height thing that they do, you have to go through, that's already in there, and so all we're doing is we're codifying that.
But again, they just require that you submit everything that you're going to do.
then what
So
are
that
the
they are tracking,
consequences?
so they can track airspace. But ultimately, they don't regulate it. They don't say, because as you can see, I mean, big towers have been built and airports have been closed because the towers were built. Because they don't have the ability to regulate whether that tower gets built or not. Only the jurisdictions like the city and the county, in some cases the county doesn't either.
Okay.
So they have, so yes, they have a process, a regulatory process, if you will, for notification, but it's not actually restricting.
But I thought that they had, in that stadium, they had height restrictions.
Those aren't restrictions, though. Those are, it's more like Thinking of Johnny Depp and they're more like guidelines. That tells you where your safety zones are
Right.
for safe operations. So it is a guide that tells you, okay, if it breaks this plane,
Right.
we know as the FAA that's an unsafe pattern because it's now impeding what we've established as a safe conduct of the plane through that airspace. But it is not a regulation that says you can't build that high. And again, you can see that by just going around and looking at what has happened
So all
nationally.
they can do is shut down the airport.
That's right. That's all they can do and that's our big concern. That's what I'm saying. I think we have the shared concern. We don't want to see that happen.
No.
That's why we're not going to build a water tower that impedes it or anything else. So yeah, now that you know that, that's why I'm saying adopting height restrictions is a good thing. We want to do that. And we want to do it in the areas where we can enforce it. And we can only enforce it in our city and ETJ. We aren't going to be able to enforce it in the county, and that's a separate issue. We've got to figure out how to deal with that.
So the water tower that exists at the high school is already there, and it's the hazard that's on the map. So they're not going to come and say, you got to remove that water tower. are they?
No. It was already, and that's an example, if you want to think about it that way. I mean, that's an example of something that's built that has not adversely impacted the airport that I know of. I actually just realized that may have changed our approach somehow, maybe because it's there, but I don't know.
But it could be below that cone that you're talking about.
Yeah, the cone itself. I know, I've heard the number 35 feet used over and over again in all the discussions as the max height for any building in
But that's
any of
not-
these domes.
No. But
So,
that's not,
approach,
that's not tied to the FAA.
in the approach zone, it's 1 foot in height for every 20 feet in horizontal distance, beginning at the end
Of the runway.
at the end of and at the elevation of the primary surface and extending a point of 5,000 feet. And so basically, for every 20 feet you go this way, you go up 1 foot.
Right.
And it looks like so I think the height limitations are fine, right? Do you see issues with those?
No, I don't. The only thing I would suggest is that we adopt the conical, that we recommend that they adopt the Part 77 as the height, rather than trying to set an arbitrary, it can't be taller than 55 feet.
But I think that's what they've got in the approach zones, the transition zones, the horizontal zone, and the conical
And they
zone.
they may already have it that way. But that's what I think that's what we would be supportive of, because that's what makes sense. If you already have the Part 77, it dictates, we can put that in a GIS, and we can actually find the parcel data to find out where it is, and they have to go to the FAA to apply, and then we have the ability to restrict. Again, if it's in our city limits or our ETJ.
Okay. And then in A1, remove.
Well, A1 changed the boundary, first off, right?
Did we say to change the boundary to
Highway 90 in the river.
Highway 90 in the river, right?
Shrink it.
Shrink it to Highway 90 in the river.
A1, establish separate A zones north of, so what is the difference that they do in those other ones, though? Because we're already asking them to remove the dwelling units per acre, already asking them to remove the non-residential intensity, and the prohibited uses. I think that we say leave in hazard to flight. You can leave in petroleum refining and storage, leave in even hospitals and nursing homes in A, and don't take, and then dumps or creating new waterways where they, yeah. No, I think that even comes out.
Talking about in the B zones now.
No, I'm talking in A1. So in A1, only leave in hazards to flight, petroleum refining and storage, although I question that one too, hospitals and
If you do
nursing
that,
homes.
you might as well leave the box like it is now.
Right.
I mean, you don't really get any benefit by shortening the box.
Except north of Highway 90. Because, yeah, then you've got the church, then you've got the school.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think you shorten the boundaries and you leave it as restricted as it is. Leave the restrictions in place, and then you create new A2 and A3.
Where does the city's jurisdiction go?
Mm.
How far north does it go in that A1 box, as it's pictured?
I think it goes, well, so presently, I don't know if, did Alsatian Oaks actually annex in yet?
It's already been,
All right, so,
well, it's all 411 acres were annexed, so.
Okay.
The blue line is
is
pretty
right
close to
about,
where-
yeah, that's right about where the northern point is.
Okay.
And then our ETJ would extend a half mile beyond that to the north.
Well, normally, but we have that extended ETJ.
No, that's legally unenforceable.
Oh,
It
yeah.
never should have been agreed to. It sounded like a great idea, and it was great that the county and the city were willing to cooperate, but it is not an enforceable thing. You know what I'm talking about?
You're talking about the extended UTJ?
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
No.
don't worry about that.
I'm
Let's
like,
not-
you see
let's-
this look of
yeah,
horror on my
let's-
face
I'll
going,
talk to you in a minute.
Let's not spend time on that.
I found out about it the other day.
Okay, so we said establish separate A zones north of Highway 90 and south of the river. And in those, leave in hazards to flight.
Mhm.
Dumps. And that's it. And we're talking about in the compatible table. The other stuff, I think that what we said is the other stuff,
And add to A1, I'm sorry, add to A1, recreation
Oh, yeah.
fields, and, I mean, some of the things that they didn't put in.
add, what was that?
Recreation, I think,
Sports field and recreation?
Yeah.
Recreation and sports field.
So you're saying north of Highway 90 be A2 and south of the river be A3?
Yeah, something like that.
Sticking with
Or it could be the same zone
okay.
without the restrictions.
Well,
That would have to be different.
I guess when you say recreation, though, you gotta be careful with that, because that could be,
I'm talking about in A1.
no, in A1, a city park.
I know, but you don't want that in A1.
No, you don't want it.
If we shorten that, then you don't want a city park in A1. You don't want it behind, south of 90 or north of the river. That area, that box, most of which is airport property. I'd say something like 60 to 70% of that land is already airport property. You're not going to put a park there.
That
Is
flood
the-
zone there right north of, in A1, the Bindley property, isn't that flood zone there that's lighter colored?
That's
No.
in B1.
So in A1, the, on the south side of the runway is part of the Bindley property?
This is Bendelay right here.
I know, to the right is
Yeah.
too.
But it's all north of that line.
And then this is Bendelay.
Right, so
this
that's what I
part
was saying,
down
is
here
that
would
is-
not be a park, you know?
Right.
Would you call the lake that Cobblestone Village is gonna put in a park?
No. Well, and it's not.
Well, yeah, and it's not in A1
A1 anyway. It's right here.
all
Actually,
in
it's right
B.
here.
Yeah.
It's in B2. That's where that would go.
So there's a sliver of cobblestone.
And that's what I'm saying. If this is a new boundary for A1, then within A1, between the river and the 90, I think it's appropriate for it to be as restrictive as what they propose. And I would suggest, as the mayor pointed out, you ought to include ball fields. You ought to include some of the things that
Right.
were, yeah.
Okay, so what I have is then, I'm moving beyond, so we already talked about the separate A1 zones, or A zones, north of Highway 90 and south of the river, and include only hazards to flight and dumps. In A1, leave as is, but add in recreation and sports facilities and fields and such. And then in B,
You need the word lighted for sports field, because, I mean, they really don't care about, they care about the poles that the lights are on, is what the hazard is.
No, but I think it's also a safety issue. You don't
Yeah.
want
They don't like the density
Yeah,
there.
and I get that, right around the area.
The idea is that the entirety of A1 is not reserved strictly for airfield operations, but is impacted and protective of airfield, impacted by and protected of airfield operations.
And then B1, B2, and understand, these are just recommendations. We're not making these decisions. They're making these decisions. We're making recommendations that I think that are fair and reasonable and defensible. So in B1s, it is hazards to flight and dumps. And remove everything else in the compatible table that we talked about.
B1 and B2.
Right, in B1 and B2, hazards and dumps. And lighting is handled in the body of it in 7, I think you said, 11, 7?
Yes, sir.
And then remove all zones, remove the aviation easement. I think I captured.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to need to recess the meeting.
Okay. We're going to take a recess at 8:32.
We did.
Very observant.
He can hear it too.
I'm going to go put the microphone by the door.
Yeah.
I don't know that we want to hear him.
It's not raining yet,
Oh, darn it. That was a nice sound for a little while though, wasn't it? Even if it's just
That
for a
is
minute or two.
glorious. Yeah, give us some more of that. Not too much.
Almost quiet.
Nice. All right. We're going to come back from recess at 8:34.
Thank you, I could have left the door open.
Thank you for not. Okay. I think that's it. So just to go back and review, combine Bs for the requirements, combine Cs for the requirements. They can have separate zones, but have all the requirements the same. Remove all dwelling unit per acre and intensity, non-residential intensity regulations. Establish separate A zones north of Highway 90 and south of the river, and limit those the regulations only to hazards to flight and dumps.
And, well, do we want to, where do we want to make the acknowledgements applicable? I think separately, we have to treat the issue of enforceability, but let's just assume for a minute we can enforce it everywhere.
Let me finish this, though.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to wait back to that. So in A1, we leave it as is, but add in recreation and sports. In the B areas, only regulate hazards and dumps. In all zones, remove the aviation easement. Did I capture all of the things that we discussed?
I think so.
Yeah. Harold?
And, yeah, just, I'm unclear, so I'm gonna ask this question.
Please.
By doing so, are we still adhering, we're not gonna put any undue measures on the airport? I wanna make sure that what we're
Agreed.
recommending here adheres to whatever the FFA regulations or recommendations are.
I think the FFA is okay with it, but the FAA isn't. No, I'm just kidding. I'm picking on you, sorry. I know it's getting later.
It's getting late.
So,
Well, so
We don't know for certain. That's the thing. We're seeking input from the TxDOT Aviation to get us an idea of what are they going to do. But our belief is that what you've proposed tonight would not result in decreased or restrictions against our airport. We believe that we'd still be adequately protecting the airport without trying to put the uses in place. But what I didn't hear, if you take the uses and intensity away, you have to have the acknowledgement. That's what allows you to take those away, in my opinion.
Acknowledgement of.
The acknowledgement by the owners, by the residents and tenants, that they live next to an airport. If you,
But that's in here already, isn't it?
well, that's what I'm saying. But you didn't explicitly say we're going to leave that in, and I would
Okay.
suggest that you may want to identify.
Well, that's the airport disclosure.
Yeah, the airport
statement.
disclosure statement. So
Yeah.
where are you going to require that? In all zones, or?
Airport disclosure statement, yeah, it's in all zones. So it's already, what I put in here were the additions and the subtractions.
Subtractions. Okay, so everything else stays.
Stays. If
Okay,
it's
so-
not mentioned, it stays. And we're not requesting for anything more. If it's, I think the only addition to that really was the recreation and sports. Other than that, they handled it really well.
Is that clear to everybody? Okay.
Yeah, well, and one more question then.
Yep.
Not so much, 'cause I know we're not actually adopting these zones
Right.
right now. But are any of these amendable once they're established?
Oh, absolutely.
There is a
The Joint
process
Airport
for that.
Zoning Board could reconvene and amend this ordinance, or whatever they adopt.
And we're not
whatever
adopting.
we adopt in support of it, because
No,
we.
and I understand we're
Right.
not adopting tonight, but once that process is done, I mean, is that our last chance? Or
No.
if we run in a year down the road and say, wait a minute, we didn't get that right?
But I thought they couldn't make it, they could only make it less restrictive. They couldn't make it more
That's not correct.
restrictive.
No, I don't think that's correct,
No.
yeah. The
You
JAZB,
said at the beginning of the meeting?
the JAZB, the Joint Airport Zoning Board, is empowered by state law. And that state law doesn't have any parameters in it that say you have to get this right the first time, or else, they're subject to the same statute.
Oh, but Councilman Dyer, to your question, that was the opinion of the board, that it should establish larger, that was just their policy decision to make that.
Yeah, it wasn't that they couldn't, it's that they said, we're going to do this now, let's just go as big as we can. Because it's easier to, let's rip the Band-Aid off, it's easier to do, that was part of the process, was, let's just do it, and we're only going to give you, in their mind, we're only going to do this once, let's get it right, and we do it this way, right? And so let's be restrictive.
Right.
Let's protect the airport, which, again,
I appreciate
hats off to their effort,
Yep.
right? We know their heart's in the right place. We want to try to convey that our heart is also with them in protecting our airport.
Yep.
We feel like these changes still accomplish that without, and they make it easier for us to enforce and more realistic for us.
And I guess it's also, Chuck had mentioned to me, it's his belief that if someone asks for a
Variance.
a what?
Variance?
A variance, then it's up to the airport advisory board, that those variances go to the airport advisory board.
It's up to the committee they established. It's not necessarily
I
up to
thought
them.
that was in the particular.
It's in the ordinance that they have to have a board of adjustment.
Right,
They have to
the
have
Board
some-
of Adjustments is the airport advisory.
Well, that's only if they establish that.
Okay, I understand.
They could choose a ZBOA, they could choose a different body.
I understand.
They could say, we're going to have representatives.
So they will have a zoning board. of
Now, I will
ordinance.
tell you, one of the things I've recommended is that they consider creating a separate committee that does that. And the committee would be comprised of the city administrator at the time, whoever that is, the airport director at the time, whoever that is. Maybe even, they could appoint the airport director from Hondo, if Hondo is willing to do that. Because you'd have an outside opinion, right, that's not necessarily involved in whatever the local politics are of the time, to be able to weigh in on the appropriateness of whatever the variance is that's being requested. But I suggested they give that some thought about how can they create a board or a committee that that involves people who actually know about aviation on some level, but also involves some representation from the city that would be appropriate.
And the county.
And/or the county,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
And that's the only other thing, I'm going to close with that, and then because this is very intense. But just a reminder to everybody is that there is another stakeholder in all of this that has input as well. And so, to the extent that we've maybe not had those conversations with the county, it would certainly be worthwhile to, to see where they're at and see if everybody's on the same page with this.
I've had a lot of conversations with Judge Schuhart, and I believe that this follows what we've been discussing. I think that we are even offering to be a little bit more restrictive than what the county would prefer, because again, they've got to enforce it. And so they're looking out for that. Part of this, I don't mind being a little bit restrictive with some of this stuff, because I think that to the best of our ability, we can restrict this within our own policies, being more reasonable like this without overly taxing the landowners. So.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I think-
I'm just putting it out there for those that are
Absolutely.
hearing, is that we're not the only stakeholders, folks, so please don't come with us.
Well, and it's not going to be our
pitchforks and
decision
torches.
ultimately. The JZB is going to adopt what they're going to adopt.
Exactly.
And we respect that process. So I did send a reminder to Deborah and the mayor tonight that at the next meeting will be Monday. That'll be the public hearing. Council is welcome to attend. We are going to notice it. We, being Deborah, will notice it and make sure that it states that a possible quorum of the city council will be there. The last thing I think that I would like to hear from you all about this particular item is whether or not, like, how you want this message to be delivered. What I would recommend, so if y'all have come to a consensus about what the council's feedback is on the Joint Airport Zoning Board's proposed regulations, what I would recommend is that you provide those not necessarily for the first time at that Monday meeting, but empower one of you, and I think the two people that would be most appropriate is either the mayor speaking on behalf of the council or Councilman Stein speaking as the representative that's kind of the liaison to the airport, to provide that feedback, whether in a written document, right, that encapsulates everything the mayor read off, or just to sit down with.
It has to be delivered before Monday. I mean, they have to be aware of it before
I think
they
so,
come
too.
in.
No, I think that we need to get it out to them tomorrow and
I
just
think
say,
so,
these are the recommendations that we're making, and beyond that, I think.
I'm comfortable with either the mayor or Harold, but usually the mayor speaks for the council.
I'm going to ask the mayor to do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. I'm good with this.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify how we're going to deliver the message. So the mayor is going to encapsulate what he read off earlier and provide some type of written statement to the JZB. And what I would suggest you do is, I think what you've done in the past, and blind copy the council on that communication. Send it out to them and with BCC to council like you've done in the past. I think that's a good way to do that.
But he'll be sending it as from council.
Right.
Yeah. Council has talked about this, and this is what council.
Right. Here's the feedback.
City council unanimously agrees that these are our recommendations that we would like to see from our members of the board.
Yes.
Do
Okay.
we need to vote if he's going to say that this is what they unanimously agreed upon?
I don't think we have to vote. Does anybody disagree?
No,
All right.
I feel comfortable with the mayor writing something that complies with what we've discussed.
I trust him.
Okay. Sorry.
I don't think they're going to listen to us anyway, frankly.
I hope they do. I hope that they look at this as an opportunity to work together and to learn together.
We'll find out, won't we?
Yep. Okay. Anything else on that? All right, so next item is executive session. The city council will meet in closed session. Do we need to take a recess, or are you okay with me going into this? Did you already go?
No, she went, she'll come back.
Okay. I thought I saw you disappear. I wasn't sure. You were quick.
Very
Wow.
quiet car.
Stop
She
reading
was-
anymore.
You think she's driving the Howdy? All right, so sorry. Executive session. The city council will meet in closed session under provisions of the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, entitled Consultation with Attorney, and Section 551.085, entitled Deliberation Regarding Economic Development Negotiations. The items under discussion are Kalig Auto Development Agreement, Cobblestone Village Development Terms, Victory Lane Partner LTD Development Agreement Extension, NP Homes Development Agreement, and conveyance of city-owned real property to the Economic Development Corporation. The items under discussion are the Mendeley property, which is 63.8 acres, Public Works Yard, London Street lots, Riata property, which is the 8 acres on Highway 90 East, airport property, and the police department property. We're going to go into closed session at 8:45.
This should be relatively short.
Yep.
Sooner we get back there.
right, Brian. Where's we go? Where's we go?
I think that's behind that. Should we get
I don't know. It's, I got a call from Jerry Home the other day. Oh, you know, it never occurred to me that that's where those are going. Yeah.
Yeah.
His son lives right across the street from me. Jerry's over there all the time. I figured he's in for a shock.
Yeah.
I don't know, I thought it was gonna be shorter
And he
than
kind of
what
said he
it
knew it was coming eventually, but he didn't know I did it, that small life.
Feels good right now. Yeah, it feels good.
Set on a timer, not.
Deborah, just tell me when you're ready.
Ready?
Yep. Okay, we are reconvening in open session at 9:29. Next item is consider possible actions resulting from items posted and legally discussed in executive session, and there are no actions. Next item, discussion on future agenda items. I wanted to put this back on for every meeting, just in case there was something that we felt wasn't being represented in the requests and the deliveries, so how are you doing with those? Is there anything that we're missing that you requested that has not got on there? Okay. All right, good. Again, please submit them to the thing. We'll try and keep on with that. So.
We'll have to establish it. So y'all have access to the pending list? We need, so that's a place that you can go and put items, put your name next to it. We need to have an item for the PIO and person policies, and we're gonna work on getting you something. We're gonna work on getting you something.
And that's another way to just make sure that, because we'll put them in as placeholders. If you say that you want to put them on somewhere, or if you just want to request them, and we can talk about, I mean, we can also talk about timing, kind of like what we did tonight with the communication policy. We can have those conversations during this agenda item.
Related to this also, our next meeting is a special call meeting on the 29th, because we were supposed to do something.
That is the approval of the development agreement for Cobblestone.
And that still appears to be moving forward.
As far as I know, I've had no conversation with them, but I'm gonna send them this other thing tomorrow. So they'll have between now and the 29th presumably to review what Bryce put together. I owed it to him yesterday. He did send it to me yesterday evening, but I didn't want to send it to them until I had a chance to look at it.
And you're going to be out of pocket when?
December the 9th, I believe, through the following Friday.
Oh, just 1 week, okay.
I'll be gone that weekend too, but I'll report back to work.
I thought it was like the whole month of December.
Yeah, no, but that's right before the holidays.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, wait a second. I was off the week of 29.
Well, we can change that, sir.
No, I'll still be here. I'll still be here. I'm just not working. Okay, we are through the agenda, and so we'll adjourn at 9:31.
Thank you all.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, sir.
It's just.
All right. Poor Ray.